Found it almost cool. Found it almost ever kind of cool. Ah, ah. Found it kinda clever, kinda cool. Okay. Hey Dave, you're first! You're never first! You're never first in chat. Hi! You're off work, yes? Did you find an auto clip feature? Did you find an auto clip feature? I tried looking. I even asked the Chat GPT. I even asked the AI overlord. I tried that one, but then and the maximum it seems was 3-hour videos. You know me. I do very long ones, so but okay. About to stream Fallout 4. Let's go. You Fallout Friday. Fallout Friday. Love it. It has the alliteration like my music Monday. I love it. Haven't tried looking yet. Just relaxing. You deserve to relax. You work so hard all week and you're streaming, like you're doing a lot. Superhuman. I wasn't sure if you were gonna go live before I went live, but I'm live already. But definitely, if you're doing a long stream, I'll jump in after. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna go today. I don't know if I'll do the full 7 hours. I'll probably do a bit shorter. My intention was to start earlier, but time got away on me. I copied you. I organized, I made playlists like you did with each game that I've played, so then people have it all in one place. Then I also edited through the, I only have 16 minutes worth. Oh, that's actually what I thought I was going to do today. Okay, you know, I texted you and said how I was going to, do the video with the what's it called? The blackjack. I edited through. I only have 16 minutes for only 16 minutes of winning. That's not enough. That's not a compilation. That's like no. So I was actually thinking maybe I'll start the stream over at a certain point, because this is going to be psychology, guys. Hello everyone who's watching this back after the fact to hear me deliver Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis. I think I'll start another one. I was thinking of doing Fallout tonight as well, but just going to every casino and doing the blackjack to try to get more footage of winning, because 16 minutes isn't enough. It's not a compilation. Hello, MD Index. Your major is psychology. Okay, dope. I myself am a layman. I never went to school for psychology, but I have a lot of life experience with psychopaths. Sadly, victims of them. So, and the leading expert, Dr. Karen Mitchell, is an amazing woman, and she's the leading expert when it comes to psychopathy, Machiavellianism, dark triad, narcissism. They're all just the same thing. Atlantean, thank you for jumping in with the $10 dono. Thank you. Um, I don't have a heart. I don't have a heart to reenact the. Do I? Let's see. Um, I have the Pokeball. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for the $10 dono. Thank you for starting off the stream strong. Thank you, Atlantean. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Um, but yeah, MD Index, dope. I'm not sure if you're aware of Dr. Karen Mitchell. She's the leading expert. I have the links to all of her work as well as her Twitter and stuff where she actively responds to people and gets the information out and brings awareness on it. She, in her thesis, which we'll go over today, and I already have 3 videos, everybody watching this after the fact, I have 3 videos that, of me delivering it. We're on page 51. Hi Chris, hi Steve, thank you for the heart, and for the 5 keychains with the bears on TikTok. Thank you, Chris. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. We're on page 51. I have 3 other streams in which I've delivered so far up to page 51. What I'm doing is I'm doing like a just like an audiobook version of it because a lot of people, especially nowadays, we're audibly delivering we're consuming a lot of content. Okay, is this a oh no, this is just a bot. This was just a bot. That was just a bot, unfortunately. I'm not a real person, but please do follow if you're new. If you're new, please follow and subscribe. What's it called? Basically doing like an audiobook version, yes, of her thesis because more people aren't reading as much nowadays, but people are listening to audiobooks and consuming information via that way. And I'm basically doing a version of her thesis like that. I'm not getting paid or anything. I'm just doing this because this is incredible information that needs to be in front of the masses. This should be like taught when kids are in school. It's not though, and this is why so many people fall victim. And there's so much actually false info in psychology as a science and in the DSM. I don't like the DSM. And a lot of the current, and she talks about this in her thesis, a lot of the current measures to be able to identify psychopathy, it's all very flawed. So she's the leading expert in this. She met with all of the people, all of the main psychologists and psychiatrists that have created these different psychopathy, like the PCLR test and everything. She met with them. She interviewed them. She's a leading expert, guys. But her work isn't in front of enough people. So I'm trying to do my part. You know, I'm a small streamer, but I'm trying to do my part and put it in audio version. And once I go through all, I think, 526 pages or something. Once I go through all of that, I'm going to edit it all into, I might have to redo some of the very beginning because that's when my gain was really high on my mic accidentally and it kind of sabotaged it. But, I'm going to edit it through to have like an audiobook version of it available for people to be able to get so people can just listen it to. But I do have a playlist with all of the different, this is part 4, but we have all of the different, up to page 51 so far. So I'm going to just be doing more of that today. This is what I'm doing my Just Chatting for. I think we'll do this for a Just Chatting once a month. I looked and it was 4 weeks since I last did the other one. So maybe once a month. I'm going to try to deliver a lot of it today to get through it. I need to get through these 500 pages. I got to get it out. I want the information out sooner than later. Maybe I need to start doing it sometimes on weekends as well. I stream 5 days a week. Maybe I need to stream more. Anyways, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, everybody. Okay, let me get back to chat so I can say hi to everyone and stuff before I get into it. Because this is just chatting, so I want to chat with you guys too. Philip, hi. My day's going well. My day's going well. I did a lot of organizing and behind the scenes stuff and also figuring out my music stuff, so did a lot of that. Went on like a 3.5-mile walk run. That was really nice. Got some sun. I'm definitely looking more tan. I'm getting the sun. Thankfully, haven't burned. Let's go. Let's go. My Spanish genes in clutch. My like 5% Spanish. Um um mhm. Yeah, Neo. The playlist for VODs is a good idea. Yeah, so it's all organized in one place. Thank you for the idea, Dave. Sorry for stealing the idea. It was a really good idea. Um a shout out and kudos to you specifically. Um Dave did it first. Uh Yeah, yes. Especially psychopaths. So you're seeing you were watching old TV shows, one about family and reality TV, quote unquote. One woman said, "We train our kids," and that thought is just wild to you. Especially, that's actually this is perfect time for you to bring this up, Neo, because psychopaths do train us. That's weird because I was thinking about that today. I actually was thinking about that today. I was thinking about that day, how they train us to get used to things, to get used to, and put up with a lot. So yes, they do train us to, and to they gaslight us. It's really toxic. They do that to make us put up with things and act like it's us overthinking it if we even question it. Yeah. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, I do a lot of variety. I do a lot of variety. I do a lot of variety. Um, I do music. I've been singing forever, playing guitar since I was 8, songwriting since I was 9. I do, we do psychology, bringing awareness as, yeah, I was a victim of PDF, psychopaths, so I bring awareness with my life experience as well as, with, Dr. Kara Mitchell's thesis and talking about it. It'll be later, Neo. It'll be later. Just so when people watch this back, a Monster Hunter thing isn't just right at the beginning, if that's okay. I will start over a new stream once we move on to what I think I might be doing some Fallout New Vegas with the blackjack thing to be able to. Yo, The Cure. Thank you for following. Hello, you're not a bot. The last person who followed on Kick was a bot. Thank you for being a real person and following. Hi. Um yeah, then that's when I'll do it, Neo. Then that's when I'll do it in the next stream tonight. The next stream tonight. Uh oh no! Your 50% Mexican genes only exclusively give you sunburns. What? 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 Mm. Mhm. Definitely going to be a good time. Jumping into the thesis. Yes, Chris. Yes. Excited to. Um Thank you, Matt V. I have played Skyrim before. Yeah, it is the best one. Uh-huh. We recommend Skyrim. Yes. Skyrim's very fun. It was the first game I ever played on PC years ago. First ever I'd ever played. This dress I got from a thrift store actually. It's super cute. It has peaches on it. I like peaches. They're very delicious. Yeah, you're not a bot. Thank you, The Cures. Thank you. Okay. Well, should I go finish off my smoothie, rinse it out in the sink, and then come back and start reading the thesis, yeah? Okay. Rinsing this out. One sec. Yeah, now she's getting up. Um. Yes, I'm live on 5. I'm live on 5 right now. The Cure, I'm live on 5. We're live on 5 platforms. I'm live on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, and TikTok. Oh, I'm cold. I'm cold from the smoothie. Yeah, so whichever streaming platform you guys would prefer, I'm live on 5. Whichever you guys prefer. I'm trying to hit 1,000 on TikTok, so I would recommend following on TikTok. I need to do more shorts. I need to clip myself. I'm not good at marketing. I need to get better. But yeah, so following on TikTok would be really, really appreciated. Okay, well, let's see. Here we are. I think we have it. Straight into it. So page 51 is where we left, approximately page 51. Okay. Can you guys see this well enough? Hopefully you guys can kind of see this well enough. Zachary, thank you for following. On TikTok. Thank you. Trying to hit 1,000. Then I don't have to pay for the $20 a month for Streamlabs, and I can just do OBS. I could just stop streaming on TikTok, but I want to, but I need to hit 1,000. So yeah, it means a lot. Thank you. Okay, let's get into it. So yeah, Dr. Karen Mitchell is the leading expert. She's amazing. Highly recommend following her on Twitter. All of the links are in the on YouTube and Rumble. The links to her thesis, as well as the links to her Twitter are in the description. So please follow her. Follow her if you're going to follow me on TikTok or Dr. Karen Mitchell on Twitter. Follow Dr. Karen Mitchell, please. She's incredible. Such a kind woman. Such an intellectual woman, spitting the facts, not afraid to, even with the pushback from dark personalities that are in psychology and psychiatry that try to bully her when she brings awareness to the fact that psychopathy is something that cannot be changed. And yeah, she's just amazing. People don't like to hear that. They want to, and the psychopaths in the industry don't want people saying that, because then that outs them and lets people know that they're just not safe, period. They're just not safe. So she gets pushback, but it's all based in science, based on MRIs and stuff. And it's just the truth. So I love her for unashamedly and intellectually telling the truth and bringing awareness, and this is why we're reading this today. The Cures. I am Canadian. If you know America, I'm in the province above North Dakota called Manitoba, in the middle of nowhere, on 40 acres on my in my family home. Okay. Let's start. 2.4.8 Instrumental Aggression and the Use of Intimidation. Crook and Dodge, 1996, as behavioral researchers discuss proactive and reactive aggression in adolescence in relation to bullying. They define bullying as proactive aggression or cold aggression, which is without emotion and used as a strategy to intimidate, while the quote-unquote victim engages in hot aggression in a response that involves emotions such as fear and anger. Wow. I love, this is a great thing. She's talked about this before. I'm not sure if in the thesis yet. Talks about it all the time, though. And I talk about this, too, is victims are shamed when we fight back. Victims, when we are like, fuck you, stop that. Why are you doing that? Leave me alone. When we act back in emotion from being uh for being pushed and prodded and bullied, and we finally are like, stop, I've had enough. And then when the victim finally pushes back and has an emotional reaction to the bullying or manipulation that is being pushed against them and put upon them, then we're made to be the bad guy. Then they try to frame it as, see, look at them. They have anger. They're the bad person. Well, the psychopath sits back all cool, calm, and collected. Because they don't have, this is another thing as well, psychopaths don't have fear. They're very shameless and they're very brazen, because they don't experience fear. There's emotions they don't experience, like fear and like empathy. She talks about this as well. We'll go through the whole thesis. So I love how she's breaking this down here. The victim is the one that just because someone explodes after they finally had enough, that doesn't mean that the victim is now the bad guy, because they're like, stop, leave me alone. That doesn't make you the bad guy. But psychopaths love to play that card. Love to play that card. This is another thing too. And then they act like anger management is what psychopaths need. No, my first PDF abuser who got sentenced was one of the rules of his sentencing was that he had to go to anger management. He had no trouble managing his anger. He had no trouble at all. It's premeditated. He hid it from his wife. There's a lot. They're not emotional people. They're not angry people. Like, they are evil, and they use anger instrumentally. I love how she says this. God, she's so wise. The way she words it, she's amazing. The way she makes people feel heard and breaks it down in such a logical way. Thank you, Karen. Anger and anger management isn't their problem. That's not what psychopaths need. They need to be properly contained via the criminal justice system to keep them out of society and out of positions of power. It's not an anger management thing and they just need to manage their anger. It's not that. So I love that she's saying this. Because it offended me when they sentenced him to, and all they have to do is nod their head in the class and fill out the frickin' form or whatever and be like, yep, I won't do this again. They lie. That's one of the main things they do, is they lie all the time. They constantly lie. They're pathological liars. They've been lying since they were a young age. That's not repenting either. That's not repenting. Just because someone says sorry or someone says they won't do it again, that's how you get away with it. If you lie and say you won't do it, that's how you get away with it. And that's how they've been getting away with it all this time. And this is how psychopaths in society that aren't behind bars keep getting away with it. Because people don't understand the signs to look for. They don't understand that it's not obvious. They don't understand that most psychopaths are covert, not overt. They're not the one. They will push their victims to have a response while they sit back and look like the good guy. When they push their victim to that anyways. And then, yeah. So, yeah, sorry. I'm already going off off of what she wrote and just giving my experience. But yeah, I just, she's so amazing. No, I'm a layman. I am not a professional that cures. I am not a psychologist. I just have lived experience of being victim and talking daily communication with a psychopath for 9 years, and being victim of, yep. And still, sadly, to this day, they are still coming after me. They're still coming after me in certain ways that I can't yet talk about. But yeah, no. So I'm not a professional. Dr. Karen Mitchell, yes. But me, no. Ox, hi, we're doing psychology today. This is my fourth stream of doing this. This is Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis. She is an incredible Twitter. Let's bring it up. I would highly recommend to follow her. I'd highly recommend to follow her. Amazing woman, bringing awareness on dark personalities, which are narcissists, psychopaths, coercive controllers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Well said. Me retweeting everything she posts. She's so amazing. Look at what she said. There is a trait in narcissist psychopaths which resembles calmness but is actually ice coldness. It is often seen as gravitas, which people submit to. We feel protected as they seem in control. Cool, calm, collected, in control. And we give power to the person, which is the opposite of what we should be doing. Exactly. Amazing woman. Please follow her. Yeah, but we're reading her thesis. She's the leading expert when it comes to psychopathy, aka dark personalities, aka Machiavellianism, narcissism, psychopathy. All the same thing. Yep. Okay. So I only got a tiny little paragraph in before I started going off script, but let's get back to it. The business literature also identifies quote unquote strategic bullying as a method employed to gain outcomes. Ferris et al. 2007. In a 5-year longitudinal study of an organization headed by a person with dark personality traits, Holland 2019 highlights typical statements from staff interviews, including quite personal in attacks on me, very aggressive, continually being attacked, shocked at what I was accused of, ambushed, adversarial attitude, confrontational and intimidating style of management, and bewildered and distressed at accusation, page 1045, which Holland proposes are all considered forms of strategic action rather than emotional responses. In the personality research community, the distinction between cold or instrumental anger and hot or reactive anger in people of dark personality is discussed, but without consistency. Some personality researchers discuss instrumental aggression as being used strategically by those of dark personality to intimidate, punish, or set boundaries, while reactive aggression is exhibited when a sense of entitlement is challenged or in the event of exposure. Blay et al. 2014, Cornell et al. 1996, Glenn and Rain 2009. Rain et al. 2006 created an assessment tool for measuring proactive and reactive aggression. Given the discussion in parts of the literature about the frequent use of aggression by incarcerated populations with dark personality and the use of intimidation tactics, including anger, in coercive control to maintain power and gradually destroy targets/victims, particularly in non-incarcerated populations, this distinction is worthy of further research. Yeah, Ox, I know that you're new to the channel, but I myself am a victim of PDF file psychopaths. 9 years in daily communication with them giving me their inner thoughts and stuff and their sadistic desires. Of course, there's things they still held back because they can't tell the victim everything or give away all their cards, right? So they do hold back to a degree to try to make it seem like they're like you. But yeah, so a lot of lived experience, and I want to bring awareness. And yeah, Dr. Karen Mitchell is so I'm not talking about why not just block them. So abuse from like a partner or a family member, a parent, you can't just block those people. I'm not just talking about like someone bullying online. I'm talking about in the real world and the grooming of, and they're not outwardly, they groom you and they love bomb you at first and don't seem like a bad guy there's probably many people you know or have interacted with that are dark personalities. They make up about 10% population, and you wouldn't even know because they're not overtly mean people. They hide it to be able to gain trust and stuff. So yeah, it's not just about like trolls online. The trolls online or psychopaths that are overt or have lower IQ because they're giving themselves away. Most don't do that. Most create a very, very, very uh, a very convincing facade. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just bringing awareness to this and talking more about dark personalities, aka psychopaths slash narcissists, and yeah, breaking down the myths that it's just like, oh, they're going to be obvious about it. Oh, psychopaths are people that are outwardly mean and yelling at people, or, but no, not at all, not at all, not at all. Both of my PDF abusers were married men with children, and were in positions where one of them worked with children via the government, and the other one was on a children's charity board, and they were trusted, and actually their wives at the beginning stood with them and blamed me, the minors. So yeah, because they couldn't believe that that their husband, someone they trust, that it looks like a kind person to society, because they act, because they lie, because they create a convincing facade, because they're dark personalities with high IQ. So how do you get away with it? You're not going to be overtly abusive. You do it behind the scenes. You groom your victims. You make yourself seem trustworthy. You gaslight and deny any truthful accusations against you, because that's how you get away with it, right? So yeah, I'm bringing awareness to that, but people don't realize this. People think that they will be obvious, that they would, but that is also ignorance being bliss, and people thinking that they're safe when they don't realize that it might be their friend, it might be their husband, it might be their sibling, it might be their parent, right? It's usually more obvious when it's a parent, because since you're very young age. But even then, it's hard to for people to understand. So this is why I'm talking about this and reading out her thesis and bringing awareness. Abuse is extremely harmful. Abuse from psychopaths is life-ending, life-altering. A lot of them coerce and abuse to people, the high IQ ones, without just outwardly offing their victim. They convince them into it or degrade them so much and bring them down so much that the victim ends up offing themselves. And they know, and the psychopath knows that they push you to that, but they're not going to outwardly say that, and their hands are free because it's not obvious. I want to bring awareness, yes. Most people are not aware of this. We're not ever taught this in school, and sadly, religion falsely tells people that they should that everyone is able to become good or be good, but that's not true. Psychopathy is permanent for life. They can't be changed, and they don't want to change. They think that they're better than the rest of the populace because of their ability to not have fear and not have empathy or emotion. Hello, Pierre. And hi, Soph. Thank you for following. Thank you so much for following. Hi. Yeah, we're reading this about psychology, but yes, my eyes are real. These are my real eyes. Thank you. David, hi. Not playing a game. Well, actually, I might be playing Fallout New Vegas later, but right now it's just chatting, and I'm specifically audibly delivering a thesis about psychopathy. No, that's not true, Ox. It's not true. People with everything a psychopath, a person with empathy can do better. No, they are not needed for if any kind of efficiency purpose. No, they're not needed. They should be behind bars and never allowed into positions of power, because they will wield that power every single time to abuse people. So no, it's not necessary. They in every single circumstance they do more harm than good, and people can train themselves to not be afraid of things. Having no empathy is never a good thing. Never, never. Maybe if you're wanting to off the most people in military, that's not a good thing though. A lot, so no, they're not needed. They should never be in positions of power. And she talks about that. She's actually talked on that exactly before. That no, that's a myth that they perpetrate to try to get on people's good side, to make them think that they're doing good for society when they're not. Anything they do good is a premeditated action to be able to help them get away with their evil qualities. So yeah, no, that's another myth, unfortunately. you know Thank you, the cures. Thank you. Okay, let's continue though. 2.4.9, victim vulnerability, target choice, and predation. Predation, being a predator. While personality researchers have more recently focused on the idea of victim behaviors, sorry for already stopping, but this is a big problem, is there's all of these different names of personality disorders for victims. Bipolar, borderline, schizoaffective, all of these different things. It's all symptoms of being victimized. That's what it is. It's not something wrong inherently with the victim. It is outcome from being abused. So it is interesting how they're more focused on the idea of victim behaviors and creating all of these different disorders. It's not a disorder. It's for victims. Yet they only have one called ASPD for psychopaths. So it's really, but even then they merge sociopathy with it, which sociopathy isn't the same thing. That's another, a lot of them have been victims, and it's not the brain abnormality that psychopaths have. So anyways, the DSM just needs a totally new overhaul. But it is interesting how they're so focused on trying to make the victims look like the bad people. Anyways, but let's continue. This concept was identified by behavioral researchers and explored in some depth around 50 years ago. Elias, 1986, coined the term victim precipitation, based on a well-researched theory that victims inadvertently attract the hostility of potential perpetrators as a product of their own demeanor that may present as anxious, insecure, and vulnerable. Curtis, 1974, Drapkin and Viano, 1974, J. Newman and Barron, 1998, Olewius, 1978, Paldia et al., 2007. More recently, in the personality literature, research has shown there are nonverbal behaviors indicating vulnerability that people of dark personality can recognize and use to choose their targets. Issues such as body language, gait, facial expression, and stance present a picture of how robust a person is. Vulnerability can be identified rapidly and accurately by those of dark personality. Prabhaharan, 2015, Wheeler et al., 2009. A strong correlation between psychopathic leadership, low self-esteem in followers, and the expression of the leader's negative traits has also been established by personality researchers. Berelds et al., 2018. In the behavioral research community, domestic coercive control research shows that people of dark personality often choose vulnerable partners. M. Dutton and Goodman, 2005. Why? Because, and I like to say this, because the psychopaths are, when it comes down to it, cowards, and specifically go after people that are easy targets and that they can manipulate easier. They want the easy target. This is why so many psychopaths are PDF files and abuse animals, because it's easy targets. because they know that they'll have a much easier time of getting their desired outcome. Cowardly. Further attention to this area would be of value, particularly among the victim population that has been targeted by people of dark personality over long periods, to identify shared traits and or behaviors among victims. The issue of victim choice has a predatory aspect to it, and as predating has been discussed as an issue that has received substantial discussion but remains unaddressed in models, it was deemed valuable to examine in this study. Further data not only add to the limited research available in this area, thus building on academic knowledge, but also facilitate the potential to educate and protect those who share the attributes and behaviors usually targeted by predators, thus potentially reducing and preventing harm. Yeah. Well, that's good, Ox, especially if you've had a really good growing up home life and like were never bullied or anything, like you had a very normal life that you didn't have experience with a lot of trauma or bad things. Then that builds a stronger person with more self-esteem, making you less likely to be taken advantage of, but still that does not make you completely safe from them, because just people not being aware of it, period, makes you vulnerable to it, because then you're not aware of the ways they go about. But and also they don't always just go for the most vulnerable. Sometimes they like going after people that they see really successful to be able to bring them down so that they can say, look what I took down. So yeah. But a lot of people don't have the choice to just choose not to be vulnerable, because some people are born into disadvantaged families and life circumstances. So yeah. The most important thing to not be taken advantage of by psychopaths is education. That's why I'm reading this out and bringing awareness to this, and this is why I love Dr. Karen Mitchell, because most people have no idea the depth of psychopathy and how this presents, and because of that, they keep getting away with it. They only make up 10% of the population. There's more of us than them, but they are drawn to positions of power as well, which makes them then control the society we live in. But awareness is what's most important. Thank you, Seth, for following on Twitch. You were here the other day, weren't you? Thank you. How are we meant to act on awareness? So, Ox, what is then identifying these traits and then seeing when someone is manipulating you. It becomes very obvious. It becomes very obvious once you're educated on it. So yeah. And to not trust those people, and then to completely cut those people out of your life and no longer interact with them. Instead of giving them a second chance, or being like, well, they've never outwardly said that, like, I should trust them, it's fine. No. Or another thing too is people is like, my buddy's being called out. Nah, he's never been this way with me. He's not going to outwardly be like that with his friends or family, you know, and they can seem just like everybody else. So then it's like listening to the people that come forward and listening to your gut as well. No worries, Seth. Thank you for following now. But yeah, and she talks about this in this thesis, so just keep listening. And as well as follow her and read her tweets on Twitter. She responds to people. So if you have questions and want to ask her directly, you can reach out to her on Twitter. She's very responsive and is the leading expert. So yeah. 2.5 Conclusion. Literature review. The landscape regarding the attributes of people of dark personality is evidently complex and has resulted in decades of contention. The creators of assessment tools for use in this field, such as those shown in Table 1, have created very different assessment tools that all purport to assess people who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others by conscious choice. Some of these assessment tools have been validating using recognized approaches, while others have varied in levels of acceptance, but none have been universally adopted. There are also different understandings of the attributes of people of dark personality and how they play out in different contexts, communities, and personal circumstances. The dark triad and dark tetrad conceptualizations were perhaps created as attempts to bring the many different models together. However, these conceptualizations have also created contention. One of the key challenges in clarifying the attributes of people of dark personality has been accessing those of dark personality outside the criminal justice system to gain comprehensive and nuanced data about those of dark personality across humankind. Research on the targets/victims of people of dark personality has been undertaken extensively by behavioral researchers, but not so much by personality researchers. By addressing some of the barriers in the research approaches that have been used to understand the attributes of people of dark personality discussed in this chapter, it is anticipated this project will contribute to the literature by helping to clarify issues of contention and to build on the information about attributes that are common to adult people of dark personality. It is also anticipated that the new and original insights derived from these research data might be used to inform current assessment tools or to create a more holistic model representing people of dark personality, ultimately contributing to reducing and preventing harm. The literature review highlighted many issues that may be contributing to the lack of clarity and precision in measures representing people of dark personality. Further, the literature review provided considerable insight into issues of dissension, which may be worthy of further exploration. The following chapter discusses how the research approach for this study addresses the issues identified in this chapter as barriers to a more comprehensive, nuanced understanding of people of dark personality. Yeah, this is a big problem, Ox, with the tests as well. Why would they be honest? That would give them away. Psychopaths that have any hint of an IQ are not going to be honest in the test, so that's the problem with the test to begin with. What I did one where I filled it out from my abuser's point of view, so it was like 92% for them or something. But if they were to fill it out, they would never be honest. So this is they're flawed to begin with, these tests, because it's betting on psychopaths being honest when they're pathological liars and dishonest to begin with. So yeah, it's a big problem with the tests, which she calls out in this as well, which I love. Chapter 3, Research Approach. 3.1, Introduction. The literature review on people of dark personality exposed substantial issues of contention regarding the motivations and attributes of those who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others by conscious choice. It highlighted approaches to data collection that have been challenged in terms of their ability to collect representative information. Further, it exposed a substantial number of potential barriers to a comprehensive and nuanced understanding of people of dark personality. These include polarized research reviews, siloed fields of research, difficulty in accessing data on people of dark personality outside the justice system, because why would they want to give themselves away, right? And a focus on information from simulations in laboratories rather than practitioners and real victim survivors/targets in some fields of study. Guys, life experience and hearing from people who have had life experience with psychopaths is very important. This chapter discusses how the research approach was developed to counter many of these potential barriers. Kat, I'm glad you're enjoying this. I'm really happy to bring awareness. This is very important information. It clarifies the overarching research problem and associated research questions. It addresses the philosophical perspective or lens from which the research was approached. It outlines the research methodology and specific research methods chosen for this project, including sampling, instrument development, data collection, and analysis, and the rationale for these choices. Best practice principles that were built into the research methodology to optimize conditions for successful achievement of research outcomes are put forward based on a substantial review of the literature. Finally, research implementation detail is discussed, including limitations and risks, as well as ethics considerations. This chapter is, of necessity, long. The research approach is innovative, multi-staged, and sophisticated, and the results challenge existing work in this field. Substantial detail was considered important for increased clarity and readability. Thank you, Kat. Glad you're enjoying it. You like the lecture content. Glad you're enjoying. I don't do it that often, but but this is very important. You know, this is something that's so important for society to be aware of and stuff, because most people are not aware. Most people are so disillusioned because a lot of the information about psychopathy is just wrong, period. So most people then, when they're learning from that, they're learning flawed information. So yeah. So happy to bring awareness. Okay. Sorry, I think I'm kind of outside of the, sorry, my face is, whatever, that doesn't matter. It's not about seeing me, but, okay, let's continue. Getting comfy. 3.2, the research problem. 3.2.1 overview. There is substantial international contention regarding the shared attributes and behavioral manifestations of people of dark personality, from those incarcerated for overt violent crime through to those living in respected communities with considerable status whose behaviors are less transparent, through to those who are neither incarcerated nor community leaders, but share the same set of attributes. Data on incarcerated people of dark personality are substantial. Data on people of dark personality outside the justice system are limited. And some of the research techniques used to collect information about this population, discussed in the previous chapter, were identified as being suboptimal for gaining deep insight into malevolent behaviors. In addition, while researchers and practitioners in different fields working with and or working towards understanding people of dark personality at times collaborate, this is infrequent. Further, did stream stop going off for a second? It sent the thing again. I'm not sure why. It shows I'm still live on YouTube, so malevolent behaviors. Yeah, I'll just start over again from here. In addition, while researchers and practitioners in different fields working with and or working towards understanding people of dark personality at times collaborate, this is infrequent. Further, if researchers venture outside their professional field to work with people in other fields on researching people of dark personality, it is often those who share a common understanding of people of dark personality and is usually intended to gain support for a specific model or assessment tool. Example, Babiak et al. 2012, Mathieu et al. 2013. That is, there are many researchers doing great work in dark personality, but they generally work in silos and may use research techniques in populations that are not optimal. 3.2.2 Siloism among research fields, a case study. The lack of communication between and reference to others researchers work outside one's own field in dark personality is apparent in publications by key thought leaders in the research areas of academia, domestic violence, and toxic leadership. Heron Newman, 2008, E. Katz, 2016, Tepper, 2000. In the three articles referenced in the previous sentence, the authors discuss identical attributes and behaviors common to people of dark personality, yet do not reference each other's work or work within each other's fields. This is a problem I have with academia and the super nicheifying of abilities and fields is become so niche that they're not working with any other fields, and is becoming way too nicheified that they think it's just this and that's all they can focus on, and this is their one field and they're only allowed to work in this field or communicate with people in that field because of the way academia is. Oh, you have this degree, you're an expert only in this. Whereas there isn't the collaboration and like the overall multifaceted worldview that honestly academia should be more like. And then because of that, there's clear lines drawn between that might not be accurate in reality of how things are, but it's the way that the system is. Do not reference each other's work. E. Katz, a behavioral researcher and academic, discusses coercive domestic violence, including a focus on victim control, insidious methods of psychological, financial, and emotional abuse, minimizing, denying, and blaming others for their own abusive behaviors, claims by the abuser of being the real victim in the relationship, and perpetrators presenting as charming and heroic. Elizabeth, 2015, Morris, 2009, Stark, 2007, Westmoreland and Kelly, 2013. The research lens of Katz's work is feminist theory and does not include any reference to personality research. Tepper's 2000 article on abusive leadership refers to defiant, antisocial, and counterproductive behaviors. It is grounded in several theoretical frameworks, including equity theory and social exchange theory, but references neither personality research or research in domestic violence addressing the same behaviors. The article by Heron Newman, 2008, discusses psychopathy assessment tools used in clinical and forensic settings and includes measures common to deviant, antisocial, and counterproductive behaviors. The key thrust of the article is that Hare's PCLR 2003 assessment tool is the most robust tool for assessing psychopathy across all populations, including those that are higher functioning, such as domestic violence and abusive leadership. Hare and Newman make only one reference to maybe it's not even picking up my mom yelling. Hare and Newman make only one reference to research from the domestic violence field, and that reference is to a domestic violence assessment tool based on Hare's PCLR model, Harris et al. 2007. This model ignores the entire field of research on coercive domestic violence central to Katz's work and has a strong focus on physical violence. In the domestic violence area, assessment tools exist that more effectively capture the broad range of behaviors inherent in domestic violence, particularly coercive control, which are likely more reflective of people of dark personality across the adult population. Lehman et al. 2012, Stark 2013, than the PCLR-based measure/assessment tool. While each of these papers is written by a highly respected researcher, this propensity for authors to operate within set paradigms compromises efforts to achieve cross-disciplinary clarity. That is, it cannot be stated with certainty that any researcher has full insight into the shared attributes of people of dark personality and how these attributes manifest behaviorally across different socioeconomic groupings, personal circumstances, and contexts, because of a siloed approach to research. So both. It's meant for the public and the field itself. if something's just being written for people in the field, I would say it's not doing a good job, because to make the populace aware of anything is the most important thing. So the title of it is Psychopaths, Narcissists, Machiavellians, Toxic Leaders, Coercive Controllers, Subsets of One Overarching Dark Personality Type. Karen Mitchell, 2024, a thesis submitted in fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. This is it. The link is in the description, Oxified. If you want the link to it, it's in the description. Dr. Karen Mitchell is new, though, to social media and stuff. So she finished her degree for a Doctor of Philosophy. She then specifically is trying to bring awareness to researchers and also the populace. Everybody. Brock, hi. Mood, you said you don't believe in psychology. You think it's all not real. Yeah, we're talking about how there's so many problems in psychology, and how they create all of these made up personality disorders that are just symptoms of people being abused. And it's not, there's no science behind it being a brain defect when it comes to victims of abuse, like borderline personality disorder, bipolar, or schizoaffective disorder. These are people that have experienced things and are abuse and are having symptoms. With science that it does point towards, which they only have one thing that talks about it, and they call it ASPD. And in that, I don't like it. And I don't like how they call it antisocial, because like I could say I'm antisocial because I just stay home all the time and I feel more comfortable by myself and I feel afraid out in public. So I could say I'm antisocial. That doesn't mean that you're a psychopath, right? No, but that's where the science actually does point towards, Brock. The MRIs, it's proven that psychopathy is an abnormality in the prefrontal cortex and amygdala of the brain. And it's permanent, cannot be fixed. We're still not sure exactly where it originates from. But it starts usually quite early on. You can't be diagnosed with ASPD, though, until you're 18. This is the science of it, Brock, and this is what I'm bringing awareness to. So it is important to bring awareness to this, because no one really knows the MRIs and the MRIs that can test this to definitively prove if someone is a psychopath or not. Has not been widely shown or spoken about. They do come across as cool, calm, and collected. You're right about that, Brock. The high IQ psychopaths do come across as cool, calm, and collected because they don't experience fear, and they're premeditated. Everything they do is for a means to an end, to get their sadistic fix, to get their narcissistic supply. But yeah, so this is why I'm bringing awareness to this, because look, people like you have no idea. They don't know. People don't know. This is Lita. She's a leading expert. She's breaking it down because in psychology there has been so much disinformation. There's been that makes people confused, that makes people not trust, because it's been so watered down. She's worked with Noah Brock. So I would recommend reading her thesis, which we're doing here, as well as she met with all the top researchers who created the PCLR test, who created all these tests, and has put all this stuff together. That's why she's the leading expert. That's why we trust her, because of all of the science that she has and research that she has put together. They talk about that as well, about how there's problems with the tests, and they were the leading experts. Yeah, Brock, if you're going to just keep complaining, I'm going to have to block you. You've been here before, but you're not following. So I'm wondering if you're maybe part of that, the incel group that specifically on Fridays tries to come after me. Uh, yeah. So, yeah, this is your first time. This is not your first time here, yeah. You can Google the word if you're unsure. But anyways, if you're gonna just keep being uh specifically trying to be specifically trying to be against everything I'm saying, then and just saying no, 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 then I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Yes, yes, Brock. Yeah, yeah. You can use DuckDuckGo. Yes, you can. Um, and hello, Mohammed. So I don't like how it's called antisocial. I don't like how it's called antisocial uh personality disorder. I don't like that cuz it's not the antisocial part that it's not the antisocial part that's a problem. As I said, I could be called antisocial cuz I just stay home all the time cuz I don't like going out in public because I don't feel safe and I don't trust because of the abuse I've been through and just because I like being more by myself because I get overstimulated and stuff too. That does being antisocial doesn't mean you're a psychopath. The fact that they changed it to that and made it the acronym um, is just is more blasphemy from the psychology and psychiatry um, profession. So yeah, so yeah, I hate that. That's what I'd say, Muhammad. That's what I'd say on that. But psychopaths are a huge problem. They're more dangerous than people realize, and how covertly dangerous they are in non obvious ways, in non physical harm ways. How they emotionally abuse, and they how they get sadistic joy from that, and how it brings people down. Yeah. I don't, but it's a way that they've spun it. Psychopaths are in the field. I bet that it was a psychopath who coined that term, if I'm honest. Uh, um, this is funny. This is funny. Being a psychopaths do, are the main people who do crimes and do damage to society. As the paper says, the data from before is from prison populations, but they do commit a lot of crimes that people aren't aware of because they hide the evidence. What I believe needs to be done, the solution to this is this hasn't been implemented yet, but before allowing someone into the police force or to become in any position of power, there should be an MRI done. And if they're a psychopath, then they're not allowed to be in that position of power. Then they're not allowed to be in that position of power because they are inherently harmful to the world. And choosing, and I think people should choose not to procreate and be the breeding mule and concubine of psychopaths because you can't. We don't know 100%, but the research points towards that it's a 50% chance to pass on genetically, yet they only make up 10% of the population. So actually, I would say, yeah, don't breed with them. I have no shame in saying that. I don't feel bad about that because we want less of these people in society because they're so harmful to society as a whole. Um, Neo, hi. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, well, the antisocial, you're saying that in North America, antisocial just means not being social. Over in New Zealand, for example, it's compared to being a criminal being called that. Antisocial personality disorders in the DSM, which is America based. So I keep my stance that I don't like it being called that. Um, Yeah, absolutely, Neo. Absolutely. Absolutely. Play your game. Um, okay. I've just blocked this guy because it's clear he made himself obvious. I think he's from the incel groups, so we've blocked him. Had to remove him. Um, she does talk about this, Mohammed. If you search, I think you meant sociopaths. I'd recommend searching on her Twitter, sociopath or sociopathy. She breaks down the difference between this. They're completely different things. So it's like victims of MK Ultra who are trained to be child assassins and off people, and then have and then hurt people and stuff, and can exhibit some of these similar traits as psychopaths, but it's due to just being trained, but they still feel shame and stuff. Not at all the same as psychopathy. And what we're talking about here specifically is psychopathy. The sociopaths are not part of the 10%. So yeah, this is specifically about psychopath, dark personality, narcissism. So sociopaths are completely different. And the fact that ASPD puts them together, I just hate everything about that. Um, on Twitch, Neo. Not they were over on Twitch, not on YouTube. They were over on Twitch, not on YouTube. So don't worry. Not your domain, so you didn't miss anything. And hello, Melodies. Hi. Melodies from Heaven. Hello. Should we hi. Should we get back into it? Yes. And and we're back into it. um Okay, I really like. Did I read this? Because I don't know if I did. Rumble is down. Judy, is this you? Is Rumble down, period? Is Rumble down? Oh, I saw that they had like a DDoS attack today. Is that why? Is it due to that? Oh, it's just down right now. Is it just down? No, it seems to be up. Maybe Rumble isn't working. It's working for me right now. Okay, it's just down, period, because of the DDoS attack. Okay, I saw that on Twitter. And I was wondering. Ah. Okay, I understand. Aw, that's unfortunate. It shows that I'm live there right now, but I guess other people can't view it. Oh, that sucks. It looks like it should be available after the after the. Yeah, this is Judy. Yeah. She's usually on Rumble. I think it is, unless I'm wrong. Unless I'm wrong. Okay, but wow. Thank you for joining over to this you'll really like this because you're like me. You've had life experience of being victims of psychopaths. So okay, yes it is. Okay, confirmation that it is Judy. Okay. Um okay, here I got this up, making sure. Okay, we'll get back into it. Ah, well that sucks that it's down on Rumble, but it seems like it's still recording it right now and will be available after the fact. Okay. I'm gonna let Cubs know. The other 4 platforms. Oh, that's unfortunate. But they have to do what they have to do. Like when what's it called was like when Internet Archive was the DDoS attack, like when that happened. Um, it is very educational. It is. Karen's amazing. Karen's amazing. Putting a good name for Karen's. It doesn't mean just. It's unfortunate that it has the negative association because she's so lovely. Ah. Yeah, and Judy, I wish it was this way that sociopathy just meant covert psychopath, but oh Cubs, you are on Rumble. Is it working for you? Maybe it's working again. Hi Cubs. People said that Rumble was down. Is it working? Can you see? It was showing on my end it was, but a dark psychology. Oh no, you made it in. Okay, maybe Rumble's back up and working. Oh, maybe it's back up and working. What's the book that you got? Oh, Neil, you'll find that balance. You'll find that balance, Neil. You'll find that balance. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry, Neil. I think she was just giving a TLDR basically, Neo. Because I said how she has life experience, so I think she was just talking more about it. Okay, well, I'm glad Rumble's working again. It was showing it working on my end, but they supposedly had a DDoS attack like what happened in the Internet Archive, so I thought they were still clearing it up, but maybe it's working again. Let's go. We're doing psychology. That's funny, Cubs, because yeah, we're in psychology again today. It's not working for you, Judy. Okay. That's fair. You would rather be on Rumble? Check if maybe it's working again. But maybe it's working for some, not working for others. Maybe depends. Maybe depends. They did. Cubs, you're starting to look at everybody with the point of view of psychopathy existing. It's important to, it is important to, you don't want it to take it over that, for me, and this is why I get afraid of going out and stuff, is just due to knowing the true evil of the world and being afraid and rather just being safe in my house and my paranoia and anxiety because of that. So I don't want that to happen to others, but it is important to be aware. But there are more good people than there is bad people. Okay, let's keep reading. Siloed approach. A comprehensive, nuanced understanding of people of dark personality is more likely to be exposed through bringing several research disciplinary perspectives together. In this research, it is unlikely that the research questions can be answered without input from many fields. The problem of nichifying in academia. 3.3 Research questions and parameters. This study was designed to answer two key research questions and several sub-questions. The central research questions of this thesis are as follows. 1. What are the high-level shared attributes of people, adults, who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others by conscious choice, from those incarcerated for overt crime to community leaders, to those who are neither incarcerated nor community leaders, but nevertheless share of those of dark personality and whose behaviors are less overt but potentially just as harmful? 2. What are the specific behaviors that manifest from each of these high-level attributes across varying contexts, communities, and personal circumstances? This thesis also addresses several secondary questions. 1. What is the key fundamental attribute of people of dark personality, that which drives the most behavioral manifestations? 2. What are the different types of harm that are inflicted by people of dark personality? 3. Do all people of dark personality break laws? Ox was kind of touching on this, wondering about this question. 4. What are the features that influence whether a person of dark personality is incarcerated? 5. How effective and useful is a continuum model of normal personality in identifying people of dark personality? The personality research community investigating psychopathy initially focused on attributes and behaviors in offender or incarcerated populations, Forth et al., 1990, Hare, 1980, S. Williamson et al., 1987. They then attempted to broaden their focus to include non-incarcerated communities, Cook and Michie, 2001, Leinenfeld and Andrews, 1996. Later, white-collar or corporate populations became a focus for studying psychopathy, Babiak et al., 2010, Matthew et al., 2013. At the same time, models and assessment tools for the conceptualization of narcissism, Emmons, 1987, Raskin and Hall, 1979, and Machiavellianism, Christie and Guys, 1970, Dahling et al., 2009, were also being developed and tested. Debate regarding the attributes contained in each of these 3 conceptualizations resulted in a research focus on attributes and behaviors. Research into factors such as age, sex, geography, intelligence, and emotional intelligence, while pursued, has been far less prolific than the work on attributes, behaviors, models, and assessment tools. Leinenfeld et al., 2015, Vignali, 2018. Examples of some of the research done on other variables of people of dark personality include the work of Harper and Hare, 1994, and Gotts et al., 2020, on age, Brown and Guy, 1983, and Hamburger et al., 1996, on sex, L. Johnson, 2020, and Meisel et al., 2016, on geography, Paulus and Williams, 2002, and Vitaccio et al., 2008, on intelligence, and O'Connor and Athota, 2013, and Jacques et al., 2016, on emotional intelligence. It was not a primary objective of this research to collect data on these topic areas. It was anticipated that research responses may touch on areas such as socioeconomic status, age, geography, gender, intelligence, and others. However, it was not central to the current thesis research work. It was the intention of this research to use original and different research approaches to deeply explore common attributes across the population of adult people of dark personality, potentially shedding light on some of the long-term issues of contention. This, in and of itself, is an ambitious goal. Okay. Okay, Cubs. Yeah, Rumble is still under attack. This is wild. Yeah, it's like similar thing to what happened to Internet Archive. Yeah. So Oxtis' problem saying, you'd be surprised if she said that inevitably psychopaths all commit a serious criminal offense. So and she talks about this, but you don't know because you're new to this. The justice system itself has been created in such a way, with psychopaths having their hands in it, to make it so that covert abuse is not as easy to be incriminated. All psychopaths, we can say this without a doubt, inevitably, all psychopaths commit serious harm on the individuals they interact with. And do more bad than good overall. Neil, you'll find that you will find that middle ground, Neil. It is important to not all people who are in prison are psychopaths, because some people are in gangs and stuff, and or of course people that are falsely imprisoned, which is rare, but still, But most that commit crimes and are psychopaths, they hide it and are outside of prison. Uh, but it is important to identify these people. Putting a label on it is important. I'm not sure what you mean, psychopaths on balance. I'm not sure what you mean, Ox. But it is a reason there. So as you'll come to see, and as I deliver more of the thesis, and you read more about it and learn more about it, what was I gonna say? I can't remember what I was gonna say. Oh, they get off on sadism. So there is specific traits that they have. They always will do more harm than they do good. Because the job they get specifically is a job to be able to have a facade so they can get away with their narcissistic supply and sadistic desires that they do, but do behind the scenes or do covertly to people that people don't even realize they're doing it to them. Yeah. So it's like, for example, Jeffrey Epstein having donated to charities and stuff. He donated to charities. He did probably more good than I will ever do. Does that mean he's good? No. All because, and the intention is important, Ox. All of the quote unquote good things they do is to be able to build their facade, to get away with evil things behind the scenes, to be, it's all a means to an end for them. They're not doing good because they're happy to do good. They're like, I'm doing this so I can get this out of it. Yep. Okay, Neo, maybe you weren't here. We're not talking about sociopathy. I hate how it's under the same thing. And Neo, we're not talking about that. Uh, okay, yeah. Oh, you tried share Cubs. You tried sharing a video earlier, and it wouldn't even go through on Twitter. Twitter, wow, really? Yeah, it's under attack. Hi, Judy, you're back on Rumble. Yeah, it's working now. It's been down like almost all day. Hard life day for Rumble today. Yeah, and Dr. Karen Mitchell specifically talks about how sociopathy is something different, shouldn't be under the same label, and isn't what we're talking about. Yeah, that's okay, Neo. No worries, Neo. No worries. No worries, Neo. Yeah, this isn't about sociopathy. To me, what sociopathy should be is, and so psychopathy and sociopathy, one should just be, if they're gonna be making two different versions for it, one should be covert, one should be overt. Both the same thing. One is just more, one basically just one has a higher IQ, is essentially all it is, but is what I wish it was, but it's not what sociopathy is defined as currently. And the way they do that is so that they can have people that have empathy be like, see, some of them are like this, it's fine. Nope, completely different. Wow. Interesting. Cubs are having to collect all the IPs and block them, and they're probably using a lot of VPN. Wow. Interesting. Okay, let's continue. 3.4, Research, Philosophy, and Theory. 3.4.1, Introduction. Research is undertaken for the purpose of gaining knowledge, information, and data. When considering an approach to collecting information, philosophies and theories are important. Philosophy is the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, and existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline. A theory is a set of propositions about relationships between various concepts. Liam Putong and Ezzy, 2005. Two high-level distinctions that are philosophical in nature and important to consider in developing any research approach are ontology and epistemology. Okay, and then she goes, tell us what it is. I'm like, what, am I going to have to Google this? Oh, really, Cups? A massive amount of connections at the same time, slowing it down because they're specifically targeting Rumble. Ontology deals with the nature of being, or what exists, the area of philosophy that asks what really is and what the fundamental categories of reality are. W. Newman, 2014. There are two basic ontological positions or fundamental belief positions. One is that of a realist and one is that of a nominalist. Realists believe in the world as what you see is what you get, that issues such as human emotions and experience can distort an established and shared reality. Critical realists are more measured in this philosophy and believe a few safeguards are important in research to counter these potential distortionary factors. Nominalists believe that the world is always viewed through the context of a person's background and experience. The philosophy adopted in this research is that of critical realism. Archer et al., 1998. There is a reality that exists regarding attributes of people of dark personality. It is possible to control for context, personal circumstances, and emotional responses to those of dark personality and identify this reality. So here, look, it is a distinct label. It is a distinct abnormality. It is a distinct type of person. I'm going to say no, Neo, because I just want to stay on topic and get as much of audibly delivering of this as I can. Yeah, it's still working. Rumble's working again still. Yeah, Cups. Okay. So Neo, are you saying specifically because okay, I can respond to this. I will quickly. I like this. You're saying when I'm reading your book, I might have to put on music or some kind of gameplay on for it. Would I look up the monsters you mentioned in the book to get an idea of what they are? So I like that because when I'm writing my book, my horror fiction novel, I'm constantly listening to Moonlight and C sharp minor because that's part of the the book and part of the vision for me. So yeah, if there's a specific thing you want me to watch or see, yeah, I understand how that can be part of the vision. Absolutely, Neo. Okay. Hope that answered it. Epistemology, the second philosophical consideration, relates to how knowledge is shaped. It asks how we know things and how we came to know these things. Traditionally, the central focus of epistemology is the nature and scope of knowledge. Turi, 2013, page 263. Tully, 2010, explains that epistemology poses the following questions. What is the relationship between the knower and what is known? How do we know what we know? What counts as knowledge? Page 99. The theory on which a research approach is based, otherwise referred to as the research lens, is a key element of research and can powerfully influence how evidence is collected, analyzed, understood, and used. Alderson, 1998, page 1007. An understanding of theoretical frameworks in conducting research may minimize potential for error and avoid missing important insights while providing a framework for knowledge construction. There are two broad epistemological, I think I said it right, theories or positions: positivism and interpretivism and constructivism. Positivism addresses general laws about relations between phenomena, particularly cause and effect, that are explored with the aim of proving or disproving. Egan, 1997. Alderson, 1998, discusses social constructivism as a very different philosophy to positivism that rejects the perspective there is a single view or truth, embracing instead the philosophy that a range of views can be valid in different ways. Instead of being treated as agreed facts like a solid road, phenomena are receptive to different influences and interpretations and are able to be molded. Other frameworks include grounded theory, phenomenology, and pragmatism. God, there's a lot of we're getting some tongue twisters here. Strauss and Corbin, 1994, defined grounded theory as a general methodology for developing theory that is grounded in data systematically gathered and analyzed. Page 273. Phenomenology is primarily concerned with the systematic reflection and analysis of the structures of consciousness from a highly modified first-person viewpoint, studying phenomena as they appear from a high-level perspective. Husserl, 2012. Phenomenology. That's a hard one. Yeah. Phenomenology. This is all still in the absolute realm of psychology. Right? We're saying, and then saying, oh no, it's just in this. That's a huge problem with academia. That's a huge problem with it. We need to be looking at all the different fields and putting it together. It's interesting though, because when it started becoming more philosophical, she answered the question you had. I found that very interesting. It's important to have an overall viewpoint and not just something that is just trying to pander specifically to the niche, but to have an overall objective view to get the right information across. I'm glad you're enjoying this, Philip. 3.4.2, the pragmatist research theory. The theory of pragmatism is an approach that combines principles of both positivism. I can't say these words. The isms and the ologies. Both positivism and constructivism. Collis and Hussey, 2014, point out that while positivism and interpretivism are two extreme, mutually exclusive paradigms about the nature and sources of knowledge, there is sometimes a need for researchers to modify their philosophical assumptions over time and move to a new position on the continuum. Page 54. Pragmatists recognize that there are many ways of interpreting the world and undertaking research, that no single point of view can ever give the entire picture, and that there may be multiple realities. Saunders et al. 2015, page 144. Saunders et al. 2015 highlight that pragmatists are interested in solutions, and their research emphasizes practical outcomes. Morgan, 2007, illustrates how pragmatism can connect induction with deduction, subjectivities and objectivity, and context and generality, and develop new terms of abduction, intersubjectivity, and transferability. The theoretical philosophy underpinning this study is that of pragmatism. Pragmatism rejects the notion that behavior inquiry can access the reality solely by using a single scientific method. Maxey, 2003. Robson, 2011, states that pragmatism is almost an anti-philosophical philosophy, which advocates getting on with the research rather than philosophizing, hence providing a welcome antidote to stultifying over concern with matters such as ontology and epistemology, page 30. Morgan, 2007, discusses three principles that apply to the pragmatic approach. First, actions cannot be separated from the situations or contexts in which they occur, and that instead of universal beliefs, there are warranted beliefs produced by repeated experiences. Warranted beliefs are provisional, as it is not possible to experience the same situation twice, and worldviews can be individually unique as well as socially shared. As the pragmatist approach combines aspects of positivism and constructivism, it has greater potential for addressing issues of dispute in the dark personality literature. This approach would include identifying the experiences and views of highly experienced practitioners using a constructivist approach and testing these views for commonality and consensus using a positivist approach. So I like this again. She's saying we have to combine these things together instead of trying to not see the whole picture. He comes, you say, oh yeah, there are multiple realities, all right. I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's about getting which I like because she's kind of going against the field itself. She's going against a lot here. She's bringing down a lot of barriers with rationality, with pragmatism, saying okay, let's combine all this though and get the information straight, please. Oh, did they do this because of this or because of that? It's the brain anomaly, the way they're born this way. It's how it is, and they all have the same playbook. Why is it they say the narcissist playbook, the playbook? Because their brain is all wired the same way, which is different than the 90% of the population. So yeah. The value of the pragmatic research theory, a professional anecdote. The importance of using more than one theory or lens from which to approach research, as in pragmatic theory, we need multiple, can be illustrated with an anecdote from the Thesis author's experience in corporate organizations. The Thesis author has worked with myriad I hope I said that right, organizational structures, leadership philosophies, cultural change interventions, and strategic frameworks, all as dynamic processes in a 30-year career with large organizations and executive groups. This is her LinkedIn profile. A change intervention implemented with a large corporation provides a useful platform to demonstrate how the decision was made regarding the theoretical approach to this research. The CEO of this corporation had heard about requisite organization theory, ROT, Jacques' 1989, and wanted it implemented in his organization. ROT is a science-based management theory developed over decades of prolific research by Canadian Elliot Jacques, 1989. The thesis author was appointed to the project team for the corporate intervention, and while the thesis author was experienced in working with organizations on complex change interventions, they had not been exposed to Jacques' work. The thesis author set about researching ROT and found that Jacques' model was based on the premise that people's emotions, such as envy, greed, and fear, can drive negative behaviors in organizations. Jacques believed clarity in structure, function, and role could provide a safe base, allowing the greatest capacity for innovation and creativity, ultimately maximizing profit. Jacques states, requisite institutions are those institutions whose articulated strict structure and functional arrangements provide solidly regulated conditions of trust in working relationships, and hence of authority with freedom and justice. Page 132. Jacques, 1989, discovered that the time horizons of levels of work are remarkably consistent regardless of the specifics of the industry or organization, and ROT includes an established number of hierarchical levels based on decision-making complexity and the time span of decision-making, known as management accountability hierarchies. Rules are clearly articulated. Managers are attributed strict accountability for hiring, firing, and managing, and appropriate resources are made available to each manager to manage. Methods are developed to measure individual capability in decision-making and other areas, so people can be assigned roles with best fit. No, Cubs! Cubs! You lost your connection, you hit an ad, and then it made it go away. No! 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 Judy was having that same problem. It seems that Rumble right now is kind of finicky. It's a bit finicky. Live on 5, guys. I'm live on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, and TikTok. So if you're on one of there and you prefer another, you can join whichever you want to go to, which is more preferable for you. Or if one of them's not working, you can jump over. Your fingers didn't know. Accidentally clicked. Yeah, because I was like, wait, don't you have Rumble Premium so there'd be no ads? No, you accidentally clicked one. I'm live still all over, so don't worry. Stream isn't over. W Dill, yo, W Dill, how have you been? Okay, RT. So other people best fit. Judy, you're still here. You still got Rumble working. Let's go. It's very touch or go, just because I guess the attack they're dealing with. 2 comments by Jax 2017, however, were concerning. I don't trust this Jax! I don't trust this Jax at all, the way he's wording it. I don't trust this guy. 2 comments by Jax 2017, however, were concerning. We don't have to love each other, even like each other, to work together. And this approach is decidedly optimistic about human nature. He's talking about himself. He's outing himself as a psychopath through this, actually. In introduction. Herein lies the weakness of an otherwise excellent management theory, the varied nature of human beings. People who prefer order are motivated by control and are willing to engage in behaviors that may disadvantage others to maintain that control, are drawn to the ROT ideology, as are people who like to use facts to quash views that might threaten their sense of control, and who are drawn to science and mathematics because they contain principles that can be proven. Droog 2006, McKinnon 2006. It's because their prefrontal cortex, amygdala, psychopaths, so they don't have access to the emotional part of the brain, so they can only work with what they call the left side of the brain. Not surprisingly, one of the first and major users of ROT was the U.S. Army, where uniformity, regulations, and rules are cornerstone. Jacques 2017. Interesting. This is like how I was saying, the only place where psychopaths can do a quote-unquote better job or whatever, where their psychopathy is in war, with offing more people, being more evil. Things will require you to be evil. Yeah, of course they'll do better in that, but that's not a good thing. That's not like a good quality. Everything a psychopath and empath can do better. People who place value on good work relationships, where values are taken into consideration and require a more consultative approach to work, are not as encouraged with this approach if it is not implemented with balance. The thesis author observed during implementation of the ROT program that the clarity of structure, hierarchy, and role did indeed provide great certainty that was beneficial for many employees. An exodus of talented people occurred at the same time, however. The thesis author reflected on this. The work of the thesis author is traditionally grounded in systems theory, St. Descartes and Kahn, 1978. ST focuses on arrangement of and relations between relations with and relations between the parts of an organization, and how energy and passion could be released within it, with the organization continually adapting and improving. The career focus of the thesis author has generally been ST and culture, and how entities interact with other systems, both within and outside the organization. This work has involved supporting organizations to develop high-performance cultures, Collins and Porras, 2005, through creating a core ideology that is powerfully integrated into all systems in the organizations. A key objective has been to unleash discretionary energy, Fay and Sonntag, 2010, resulting in increased profits. The process had key steps, but these steps were organic in nature, never looked the same, and involved substantial consultation and ownership of the process by staff. While it could seem somewhat unstructured, the intervention brought results. It could have been further enhanced, however, by a focus on structure, roles, and accountabilities, per ROT theory. Professional psychopaths, yeah. The evil ones that are the evil ones in military, you know, the evil ones. And yeah, and just professional positions of power they're drawn to because of the control psychopaths. The two approaches, ROT and ST, are complementary and augmenting. Both approaches of ROT and ST are designed to gain the best outcome from a community. The international field of researchers studying people of dark personality is also a community striving for best outcomes regarding understanding of people of dark personality. ROT could be positioned as representative of the positivist theory, and ST as representative of interpretivist theory. Garrett, thank you! Garrett, thank you so much! Thank you for the $5 super chat, Garrett! Thank you, thank you! Okay, what's up? Hope I'm doing well. We're doing some more delivering of Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis today. Yep, psychology stream bringing awareness. And then I might play some Fallout New Vegas later because I'm going to be doing a compilation of only winning compilation of blackjack in Fallout New Vegas. So I edited through my wins and we only have 16 minutes. That's not enough in my opinion. We need more than 16 minutes of winning. We need more like 60. We need more like 60. So we might do some jumping over to the different what's it called? To the different casinos in New Vegas after. I'll be starting a new stream when that happens though. Cups. There's a lot of good people in the military, of course, as well. A lot of incredible people. Sadly, but then they can be a lot are then diagnosed with PTSD, right? Due to the trauma. Whereas the psychopaths never have any form of PTSD because they've enjoyed the abuse that they've inflicted and they actually got off to it and were very happy about it, so then they weren't traumatized. They're actually intentionally reliving those memories, getting off to that. So yeah. I am sleepy. Let me go grab my let me go grab my grab one of my Zevias, my Coca-Cola Zevia, and refill my water. Yeah, we're all out. Okay, but I'll be right back. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Let me put it to the main thing. So yeah, we see what I'm reading. I'll be right back. Please give a thumbs up if you're on YouTube and Rumble. Otherwise, please follow. Unless you're on YouTube, then subscribe. I am a multifaceted streamer. I do a lot of different things. I'm not just one niche. I do many different things. Yes, so if you enjoy, I do psychology, talking about my life experiences the most I can right now. Gaming, I do music, Stream Cargo, my newest release song, yeah, but I'll be right back. A lot of gambling, I want 60 minutes of winning. Yeah, 60 minutes of winning. We only have 16. We need 60 minutes, at least an hour. It's a compilation video. It needs to be long. Yeah, exactly, Cubs. Yes. Absolutely. Sorry, Judy. Sorry for yawning. Sorry. Yeah, let me turn on the coffee as well as get my Zevia because, Cause yeah, BRB. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, guys, back. Yeah, yawning's contagious. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Uh, okay, you're switching over to Twitch, Garrett. Okay, sounds good. Uh, yeah, all the horror. It's extremely traumatizing. Yeah. A world without war, you know. Our veterans deserve better. Our veterans deserve better, more services. Lee, hi! Doing well. What about you? How's your drama at work been? Is that guy still after you? We're doing psychology, reading more at Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis today. I owe you a yoga ball. I do actually, because shit. I do. So okay if I don't do it right now since I'm just delivering the lines. It's okay if I don't right now. Locked into the lines. Let's see. Hope you're doing well though. I'm gonna love when I add that in the background of the song at the do 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 do. Really? Really, Judy? Really? That makes sense because they don't have emotional reaction. Wow. Judy says one way to find out who you're dealing with, because those with psychopathy won't yawn when you yawn. Facts, you tested it. Interesting. Interesting. Wow, your ex would never. I'm trying to think if he did. I can't remember. I don't remember him yawning. I remember the one time he cried. It wasn't crying. Like some moisture left his eyes, but he was so stone cold. It was so weird. It was so weird. But that's how psychopaths cry. It was weird. Okay, you think it's been figured out. Still weird, but if it if it sorted itself out, then good. I hope it keeps going that way. Neo, you yawned at just the mention of yawning. Damn. Yeah, yawning is that's interesting. I'm gonna pay attention to that. I think you're right, Judy. Yeah, I would say so, Lee. Yeah, the drama, the drama when you're just trying to do your job. That's wild. I'm sorry, Lee. Uh, Cubs, that's crazy. What was it? When the yawning, or when I said about when my abuser cried or whatever, when he cried, it was so weird. Yeah, exactly. You're just trying to do your job, and all this drama is coming onto you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I won't yawn. Okay, I'm gonna get back into this. Um, the two approaches, ROT and ST, are complementary and augmenting. Both approaches of ROT and ST are designed to gain the best outcome from a community. The international field of researchers studying people of dark personality is also a community striving for the best outcomes regarding the nature of personality of nature of people with dark personality. ROT could be positioned as representative. Oh yeah, I said that. Okay. Did I read all the way down? No, I didn't. I don't think. I'll read it even if I did, whatever. What the thesis author observed during the research approaches and academic papers of the dark personality research community during the extensive literature review is that positivist research theory is generally held in greater esteem internationally and is engaged in more widely by personality researchers in the field of dark personality than is interpretivist theory. The risk is an accompanying loss of talent and quashing of ideas from research approached with an interpretivist theory, as observed in this example. In a topic such as dark personality, where there is considerable disagreement, using theories of both positivism and interpretivism has the potential to provide optimum research results. Roth and Mehta, 2002, in their paper, The Rashomon Effect, combining positivist and interpretivist approaches in the analysis of contested events, assert that use of both approaches can indeed enhance research outcomes. They illustrate this using contested events. Two case studies of lethal school shootings near Paducah, Kentucky, and Jonesboro, Arkansas, in the United States. Sanchez et al. 2023 also used a joint positivist and interpretivist approach to reach an optimal outcome in addressing preconceived assumptions about expatriate management of overseas subsidiaries that was stalling international business research. Essentially, a pragmatist approach to research combining both positivist and interpretivist lenses has the potential to provide the most comprehensive, nuanced, and representative results. Representative results. This was the approach chosen for this research. Both actually true. The stone face, no reaction. It was so weird. I remember it so vividly. He was lying on the bed. It was so weird. And I was like, it was so weird. I remember visually. He had no reaction. It was really weird. Sorry, I was remembering it. And he used it strategically. To try to say how he cares and stuff. It's all premeditated. 3.5 Research methodology and methods. 3.5.1 Introduction. Methodology is a plan of action. Research methodology refers to the techniques and processes used to select research participants and collect, process, and analyze data, and includes the rationales for these choices. Kumar, 2019. Understanding the detail of the research methodology is important in examining any research outcomes because it allows the person reviewing the results to assess the validity and reliability of the data. One of the most important elements of methodology is the method or methods chosen to collect data. There are 3 key methods for data collection: quantitative, qualitative, and mixed methods. At its most basic level, quantitative research can be defined as research that uses numbers as data, while qualitative research can be defined as research that uses words and data. Braun and Clark, 2013. Quantitative data are analyzed by numerical comparisons and statistical inferences, while qualitative data are descriptive and usually analyzed by themes based on written or verbal descriptors. Minichiello, et al., 1990, Winter, 2000. Quantitative research methods have been practiced for more than 4 centuries and are based on a belief in a singular objective reality. Alderson, 1998, Nichols, 2009. Hello, Operative 1832 on Twitch. Hi, welcome to the stream. We're doing psychology. Reading out Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis. Bringing awareness to dark personalities and how they're evil and can't be changed. And the reasoning as of why and how to tell them. How to pick them out and know who's what. As best we can. Because they have very brilliant facades. Okay. 3.5 Research methodology and methods. More 4 centuries. Moose High! We did that already. This is a funny last name. Bigger Staff. That's a funny last name. Hey Moose, how are you doing? That's fair, Ox. Both important because a big problem with the justice system is if you don't have the exact evidence of the photos or the numbers, then they say, then it didn't happen. Or things like that. So it's important to, not just, it's important for an overall look of things, yeah. And for words to matter, yeah. So that full perspective can be shown. It's like how and how numbers can be skewed like graphs and such. Let's say it without laughing. Nice! Let's go, Moose! Let's go! What did you do? I'm doing pretty good myself. Yeah, trying to get out some of these words, get down some of these words, move through the thesis. Biggerstaff 2012 discusses a major shift in thinking from a purely scientific approach to research to one that also encompassed social and environmental contexts. Barnes 1974, Peshkin 1985. Pickering 1992 defines this shift as the sociological of scientific knowledge, SSK, arguing that SSK's position is that science is interestingly and constitutively social all the way into its technical core. Page 1. Yeah, the last name. I wonder where that originated from. What could that possibly mean about that genetic line? I know where my brain goes. Qualitative research based more on an interpretive paradigm is exploratory in nature, thus enabling researchers to gain information in areas where knowledge is limited or conflicting. Dixon Swift et al. 2007. I just thought Dick Biggerstaff. Okay, sorry. Dixon Swift et al. 2007. Liam Putong and Ezzy 2005. In the area of human behavior, there has been a long-standing debate regarding the merits of engaging either qualitative or quantitative research techniques. Biggerstaff 2012, Howe and Eisenhart 1990, Reagan 2014, Silverman 2016, J. Smith 1996. Quantitative technique methods include self-administered surveys, telephone and online and in-person surveys, among many others. Cooper et al. 2003, Thomas 2003. A rating scale or closed questions on a questionnaire generates quantitative data, as these produce neither numerical data or data that can be put into categories such as yes or no. Yes or no answers. Yes or no answers. Cooper et al. 2003. The Dixon Swift and Biggerstaff et al. Collab would break the internet. Totally would. Operative, yes. This is exactly what she's intentionally, and gives the pages for it too. Yes, operative. Moose, okay. Aw, with your cousin. That's so fun. You're thinking of playing Pokemon. Cool, what Pokemon game? I say do it. Let's go. An operative, with the way the internet is now, you can just copy and paste the things to find the exact original paper, like to be able to. Numerical, yes or no answers. Cooper et al. 2003. Qualitative technique methods include the case study, which is an in-depth exploration of a small number of items. Gehring 2006. The structured and semi-structured interview, which is a one-on-one verbal process in which an interviewer asks a series of questions of established or semi-established questions of an interviewee. Myers and Newman 2007. The focus group, which is an informal, moderated group interview process designed to elicit feelings, ideas, attitudes, and perceptions. Morgan 1996. Visual research, Margolis and Powell's 2011. Action research, Bannister 2011. The research with content analysis, Exline and Eldridge 1963. Discourse and discourse analysis, Johnstone 2007. Narrative Bannister, 2011, Reisman, 2008, Biographical Methods, Roberts, 2015, Ethnographic Methods, Gabe and LeMay, 2004, O'Reilly, 2012, Schunzel et al., 1999, Photobiographic elicitation methods, Biggerstaff, 2012, and phenomenological methods, Langdridge, 2007. Increasingly, more than one form of research method is engaged to address a single research problem. Ochieng, 2009, patent 1990, which is the mixed methods approach. While all research methods have their individual weaknesses, limitations can be mitigated through mixing research methods where appropriate to the specific research questions being asked in the study. S. Turner et al., 2017. 3.5.2 Research methodology and methods chosen for this project, the semi-structured interview, and the Delphi survey technique. In creating a research approach for the current project, consideration was given to factors that have potentially prevented identification of a deep shared insight into the attributes of people of dark personality to date, which were discussed in Chapter 2 and earlier in the current chapter. Research techniques were chosen that it was thought would provide the most nuanced and comprehensive data. There were several key challenges in the development of a research methodology and identification of research methods. These are outlined below. Point 1. How is it possible to identify practitioners who have substantial exposure to people of dark personality and or their victims outside the justice system? Where does one look? Next point. To identify the core attributes of people of dark personality. It is important to access highly experienced and respected practitioners working in both forensic and non-forensic contexts with people of dark personality over time. Which approaches would best gain access to these people and engage their energy and time? Next point. What processes might be used to ensure participants have genuine exposure to people of dark personality, particularly in non-incarcerated people of dark personality and or their victims, rather than exposure to people with just one or two of the attributes such as lying or manipulation? This was particularly challenging given the whole premise of this research that the attributes are not yet comprehensive and clear. Okay. It doesn't give the chat bar, but you are back in Rumble. Weird. No chat bar. But it is, you are able to see it at least there. Okay, sounds good. Last point. Which methods of data collection would best engage those who value a positivist approach to data, while at the same time diving deeply into the attributes of people of dark personality using interpretive approaches? In addition to the above, consideration was given to research methods that fulfilled the pragmatist perspective. The study required a contribution of knowledge that provided practical application in the world while also advancing the academic debate. It was also considered important that the work have the potential to be respected by both positivists and interpretivists. Liu, 2002, discusses the cynicism with which many of those trained in the positivist perspective view small sample sizes and recommends the use of a triangulation of methods to be more confident about findings. They explain that triangulation of methods involves the use of two or more complementary methods of data collection with the expectation that the results will converge so that the consultant can be confident about drawing conclusions and making recommendations. Page 768. As a means of engaging with this insight, the Delphi survey technique was chosen as the key research method for this project, as well as semi-structured in-depth interviews that would be undertaken with a subset of the research participants prior to Delphi survey commencement. Okay, this is... Yes. Yeah, it is amazing. When I first read it, found Dr. Karen Mitchell, I was just so pleasantly surprised about how true and how ringing true and how she broke it down, the information, the way and I was just like, the way she's saying it, someone's saying it, and the way she's saying it, it's just amazing. Dr. Karen Mitchell is incredible. Follow her on Twitter. Follow her on Twitter. Shout out again. I need to bring it. Dr. Karen Mitchell, Twitter. Bring it up again. Guys, follow her. Incredible woman. Incredible woman. Incredible. Okay. Okay. 3.5.3 Semi-structured interviews. The decision was made to conduct semi-structured interviews with a subset of participants prior to the Delphi study. A semi-structured interview is a qualitative data collection method. It is a form of research that involves both open and closed questions. The answers to closed questions are usually followed by questions of a clarifying nature, commencing with, for example, why or how. Karma, yo, you're on Twitch today. Hi. We're doing psychology. I'm delivering this thesis, getting information out about dark personalities. Okay. Cubs, you're over on Rumble. Just on your phone with it. Rumble's recovering still. One of the most important reasons for including this qualitative research method prior to commencing the Delphi study is its usefulness in situations where considerable gaps in knowledge and understanding are evident. Merriam, 1998. Q and Dumais, 2011, highlight the value of scheduled and unscheduled probes in semi-structured interviews that provide the researcher with the facility to gain more data and insights on new or unclear concepts. A facility not available in quantitative research. Qualitative research, including interviews, is also useful in building rapport with Delphi participants. Siglowski, 2000, Goodwin et al., 2003, to reduce drop-off rates and maintain engagement in the multi-stage Delphi survey process. A strategy to attract participants into research is the snowball technique, discussed later in Chapter 3. This technique engages participants to approach potential Delphi panel members from their professional networks and was utilized in the study. It was also anticipated that higher levels of rapport gained from the interviews would increase motivation to engage others. Building rapport. Have to build rapport before I allow you to join the Discord. Me when describing if people are allowed to join the Discord or not. Have to build rapport. In a study conducted in the nursing profession, McKenna, 1989, found Delphi survey technique response rates were enhanced by face-to-face interviews in the first round. Van Zollingen and Klassen, 2003, interviewed 18 professional experts and 18 school leavers before embarking on a Delphi exercise regarding senior secondary vocational education in the Netherlands. Researchers were able to select the jobs for discussion of key qualifications and develop a first definition of the key qualifications from the interviews, which increased the credibility and the applicability of the research. Braun and Clark, 2013, point out that interviews provide the capacity to ask questions on introduced topics to gain further clarity, which could offer areas for inclusion in the survey instrument that may otherwise have been overlooked. The interview data in this current study were also planned to inform the questions and content of the first survey of the Delphi study. Hassan et al., 2000. Rowan Wright, 2011, highlight that several researchers consider the Delphi survey technique a data collection process that can be enhanced by other approaches. 3.5.4 The Delphi survey technique. The Delphi survey technique is a research process designed to achieve a convergence of opinions from experts on a real-world issue through a group communication process that involves multiple iterations of surveys forwarded to selected panel members. McMillan et al., 2016. Okoli and Pulowski, 2004. 2004. Results of each round of research are assimilated into one document that is forwarded to panel members for further comment. This process may be continued for several rounds. The Delphi survey technique has been used in a broad range of areas and industries to address a wide range of social research problems. It was first developed by Dalkey and Helmer 1963 from the Rand Corporation in the 1950s in an exercise undertaken in partnership with the US Air Force to predict Soviet thinking during the Cold War. While there is debate as to the nature of the Delphi survey technique, it is generally seen as an approach to research that encompasses both qualitative and quantitative research methods. Sakai and Kennedy 2017 comment that some scholars posit that Delphi is a qualitative method, others suggest that it is the purest form of mixed methodology, and still others argue that in the final analysis, literally, Delphi is quantitative. Page 2755. Some history right there, throwing in the history. Yes, Karma. Oh, I should move this down. Franklin and Hart, 2006, referred to the Delphi study technique as a family of methods with many variations and modifications. Page 2015. Authors who have commented on this debate include K. Brooks, 1979, Custer et al., 1999, Doyle, 1993, and Murray and Hammonds, 1995. The contributions of these researchers build on the substantial literature on the Delphi survey technique. Sounds good, Garrett. Get your sleep. Thank you again for the super chat on YouTube. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. There are several reasons the Delphi survey technique was chosen for this research. This approach to data collection is often used where there is incomplete knowledge about a problem or phenomenon. Delbecq et al., 1975, Skomowski et al., 2007. It forces new ideas to emerge about a topic while potentially capturing experiential knowledge gained by professionals in the course of their work that has not been published or verbalized. Franklin and Hart, 2007. Turoff, 1970, says the Delphi survey technique is used to explore or expose underlying assumptions or information leading to different judgments, to seek out information which may generate a consensus on the part of the respondent group, to correlate informed judgments on a topic spanning a wide range of disciplines, and to educate the respondent group as to the diverse and interrelated aspects of the topic. Page 149. Coates, 1975, argues that the value of the Delphi is not in reporting high reliability consensus data, but rather in alerting the participants to the complexity of issues by forcing, cajoling, urging, luring them to think by having them challenge their assumptions. Page 194. The review of the literature on dark personality highlighted significant contention, substantial gaps of information, and a lack of collaboration among groups exposed to and working with people of dark personality. Delbecq et al., 1975, Hsu and Sanford, 2007a, 2007b, Turoff, 1970. The Delphi survey technique was therefore deemed an ideal method to address these issues. 3.6. Best practice in the chosen research methods. 3.6.1. Introduction. There is a substantial literature on researcher learnings and best practice considerations for optimizing data collection results in both the semi-structured interview and the Delphi survey techniques in areas including education, business, nursing, public service, communication, medicine, and health. Ablatif, Mohammed et al., 2016, Bannister, 2011, Kaplan, 1971, Ludwig, 1997, McKenna, Ludwig, 1994, McKenna, 1994, Minichiello et al., 1990. 3.6.2. Best practice in the semi-structured interview. Interviews are one of the most important forms of qualitative data gathering. DeCiccio, Bloom and Crabtree, 2006, Myers and Newman, 2007. The qualitative interview is generally used to collect insights related to understanding opinions, attitudes, experiences, processes, behaviors, or predictions, Rowley 2012, and is an important method in gathering detail regarding both existing and new ideas and concepts, particularly where there is a lack of clarity. Qualitative interviews are categorized as structured, semi-structured, or unstructured. Myers and Newman, 2007. Semi-structured or less structured interviews are common in the qualitative research because they provide the opportunity for interviewers to draw on the research participants' insights and experiences of topic areas introduced by research participants that may be unclear or new to the literature. Meyer and Newman, 2007, point out that in an unstructured or semi-structured interview, there is an incomplete script. The researcher may have prepared some questions beforehand, but there is a need for improvisations. Page 4. The interviewer should set the scene for the interview so that potential interviewee questions and/or concerns are cleared before commencing. Bauman et al., 2002. This includes outlining the objectives of the interview, the intended use of the data, confidentiality considerations, the expected length of the interview, the background of the interviewer, and the next steps following the interview. The interview should be more of a guided conversation that runs naturally, while the interviewer keeps in mind the questions that need to be asked. Cavale, 1984-2008. But may not keep to a particular order and may examine areas in more depth as they believe necessary. Using language that includes the specific words used by the interviewee builds rapport and supports a sense of being heard. The first question should be broad and open-ended, non-confrontational, and generally associated with the topic. DeKisho, Bloom, and Crabtree, 2006. Rowley, 2012, recommends that questions are not leading or have implicit assumptions, do not include two questions in one, and do not invite yes-no answers, are not too vague or general, and are not in any sense invasive. Page 265. It is crucial in qualitative research to be able to step outside one's cultural membership and become a cultural commentator or observer, to be able to reflect on one's own assumptions and put them aside, called bracketing off, so that the research minimizes researcher bias and the researcher can go deeply into the data. Braun and Clark, 2013, Cavale, 1983. Listening is one of the most important features of the interview, and best results are achieved where the interviewer is completely present to the interviewee with no distractions, concerns, or predetermined ideas. Bannister, 2011. Cavale, 2008, discusses the requirement to maintain professionalism within an interview because the moment one becomes too comfortable, as in a friendly discussion, one can offend without realizing. The way information is collected informs the analysis process. Dixon, Swift et al., 2007, point out that while some people choose to have interviews recorded and have an administrator transcribe them, others find the process of transcription assists them with analysis of the data. Saldana, 2012, points out that qualitative inquiry demands meticulous attention to language and deep reflection on the emergent patterns and meanings of human experience. Page 10. Transcribers do not always get or reflect the exact nature of the interview. Nuances can be missed as per incorrect comma insertion or pause is not reflected. So true. Transcriptions, then this is so weird in the court process. A lot of places in Canada and the US, videos not being allowed. This is something that I think has been put in place by Psychopaths specifically to remove evidence and to make it more open-ended so that people don't get to see these nuances. Yep. Undertaking semi-structured interviews allows participants to talk about their experiences while being guided by the interviewer. Bryman, 2007, cautions, however, that although the interviewer has flexibility within the interview, it is important to maintain their focus on how the interviewee frames and views events and issues. 3.6.3, best practice in the Delphi survey technique. Let me see, okay, we've been live 2 hours and 34 minutes. Just want to see, I didn't know how long I've been live. 3.6.3.1, administration and timing. The coordination and timing of the Delphi survey technique is crucial. It is important not to underestimate the amount of time involved in administering this multi-step process. Macmillan et al. 2016. Cubs, yeah, thank you for saying good point on evidence. It's true. It's so true. I believe they've intentionally done this. Like, my experience with the court system is that video is not allowed, which is wild in my opinion. So you're supposed to just take screenshots of every fucking frame? Like, it's ridiculous, but it's to be able to take away context so they can so the lawyers can manipulate the narrative and story. I hate it. Anyways, but yeah. It's this multi-step process. It is important to not underestimate the amount of time involved in administering this multi-step process. Macmillan et al. 2016. Effective planning is important, and establishing a mail-based and coding system to track recipients, forward reminders, and analyze feedback should be considered at the outset. Franklin and Hart 2006. Davidson 2013 points out that the quicker a Delphi study can be finished, the higher the probability the data will be comprehensive. That is, the higher the probability that all participants will participate in each survey round, and the more comprehensive and precise the responses. They also state that if a panel member withdraws before the study is complete, the outcome could be compromised. The minimum time for 2-round Delphi can be from 30 to 60 days. Keeney et al. 2006. Macmillan et al. 2016. It is recommended participants be given 2 weeks to respond to questionnaires. Delbecq et al. 1975. And then the development of the new instrument must be done in a time-effective manner. Voice recordings. Yeah. I had to transcribe voice recordings that I had taken. And when I transcribed them, it's interesting. I tried to put the way that I transcribed it myself. I tried to add the pauses. I would put in brackets pause here. I would do that literally because it's so impossible. The way that you have to transcribe it, and they don't allow voice recordings. It's how it's here in Canada in the Alberta court system. Yeah, great point, Cubs. Voice recordings not allowed either. The way you have to transcribe it. I hate it. So true. Voice recordings as well. 3.6.3.2 Participant Selection and Approach. McKenna, 1994, discusses the group of Delphi participants as a panel of informed individuals. Page 1221. Generally referred to as experts. Studies employing the Delphi study technique engage only participants who have knowledge of the topic being investigated. Hassan et al. 2000. Choosing participants is one of the most important steps in the Delphi survey technique, as participants have a direct relationship to results. Turoff, 1970. Skomolsky et al. 2007 comment that the most important considerations when selecting panel participants include expertise criteria such as technical knowledge and experience, capacity and willingness to participate, sufficient time, and communication skills. Bring back tapes. It was simple. True. Why did they take it away? Why did they, going forward, make the court system and the evidence allowed less comprehensive? Because psychopaths probably got their paws in it and manipulated that and changed that so that lawyers can twist the narrative more. Hate them. Hate that. Ludwig, 1994, also discusses the importance of participants being self-motivated and asserts that the quality of responses is influenced by participants' interest, knowledge, and commitment. Hisui and Stanford, 2007b, impress that the approach to establishing a participant's qualifications is usually through identifying thought leaders, reviewing the literature, and engaging with close colleagues. C. Jones, 1975. G. Miller, 2001. Tapes were like $1. It was simple enough. Yeah, and how, now that you can just do it on the phone, and it's easier to get, why did they remove it? Why is it like that? Because even that, you can't hear someone's tone. You can't hear if they're crying, if the other person's stone cold or yelling. The way that it doesn't. Yeah. There's serious issues with it. Hello, Miguel. Welcome to the stream. Engage knowledge and commitment. Hisui and Sanford 2007B, impressed that the approach to establishing a participant's qualifications is usually through identifying thought leaders, reviewing the literature, and engaging with close colleagues. C. Jones, 1975, G. Miller, 2001. The use of heterogeneous groups of participants has been strongly recommended by several researchers who propose that diversity can be encouraged by selecting experts who differ on a set of relevant criteria such as sectors, fields of expertise, and or demographics. Belton et al. 2019. Gregoriou et al. 2017. Liu 2020. Liu 2002. Hisui and Sanford, 2007b, point out that the inclusion of an influential or famous person in the project area to endorse a Delphi study can also be extremely helpful for Delphi investigators. So if it gets its word out there, I think is what she's saying. The researcher plays a key role in approaching potential research participants. This involves approaching existing contacts and having the capability, skills, and confidence to both approach people cold and engage others in referrals, or the snowballing technique. Bernanke and Waldorf, 1981, point out that the researcher has an active part to play in gaining referrals from the snowballing technique and must not expect referrals to materialize and rather must actively engage with potential referees. It was a physical copy. That being the difference of it, I guess, yeah. Is that it's not a digital recording, but you gave a physical thing. You're right, Cubs. Interesting. Interesting. Because it was a physical. Why can't they treat a file like that? Because it's just an online thing. It's weird. Weird. We're going backwards by Depeche Mode. That's a great song. Oh God, it's so like sunny out still. I'm always shocked, like so sunny outside. Okay, let's continue. I guess. The researcher plays a key role in approaching potential research participants. This involves approaching existing contexts and having the capability, skills, and confidence. Oh, I said this already. Yeah, potential referees. Okay. 3.6.3.3. Pilot testing. You can make copies. That's what went through my head. Should I get a physical tape and put that as evidence? Exhibit Z. 3.6.3.3 Pilot testing. Pilot testing with a small group of individuals should precede implementation. Belton et al. 2019. Day and Bobeva 2006. This assists in ensuring the questions are understood, the tool elicits the information required, any areas that may have been missed can be raised by those trialing the instrument, and the approximate time for survey completion is known. The trial can be done by forwarding a draft of the survey instrument or by conducting focus groups with a subset of panelists. Frewer et al. 2011. 3.6.3.4 Number of Delphi survey technique research rounds. The number of survey rounds in a Delphi study can vary from 1 to 6. Skolmowski et al. 2007. 2 or 3 rounds are the usual number, and 3 rounds is generally put forward as enough to gain consensus. K. Brooks, 1979. Davidson, 2013. Ludwig, 1994. If the number of rounds is higher than 2, results can diminish because attrition is generally higher. Macmillan et al. 2016. In large and more complex Delphi studies, where several strategies may be engaged to develop and pilot test the initial survey, the early testing phase is sometimes referred to as round 1. Although this is not common, Belton et al. 2019, Vandersteen et al. 2014. In this study, it was intended that 2 and possibly 3 rounds of research would be undertaken as a part of the Delphi survey technique. Results were to be reviewed after the second round, and a final decision as to whether a third round was required to be made at that point. 3.6.3.5 The Delphi Technique Survey Instrument. A commonly employed variant of the Delphi survey technique includes an initial round of information gathering that seeks qualitative data, then subsequent rounds that seek quantitative data. As such, round 1 primarily consists of open-ended questions. Davidson 2013, Hisu and Sanford 2007b, Okoli and Pawlowski 2004, Hisu and Sanford 2007a suggest that the key theme of the initial data gathering stage is soliciting information about the specific area of concern. It is suggested in the literature that 30 minutes is an ideal length of time for initial survey completion. Belton et al. 2019. Once information from the initial round of research has been received, investigators assimilate the data and create a questionnaire to be used as a survey instrument in the second round of data collection. This process is repeated until consensus is reached. Or until the number of returns for each round decreases. Subsequent rounds of data may involve requesting the panelists engage in rating, ranking, and or choosing the better of 2 options to establish priorities, and in some cases, they are asked to state the rationale for priority rankings. Jacobs 1996, Lindstone and Turoff 2011, McMillan et al. 2016. Ludwig 1994 reflects on a process of Delphi that they found useful where each round, every participant worked through a questionnaire, which was returned to the researcher who collected, edited, and returned to every participant a statement of the position of the whole group and the participant's own position. Summation of the comments made each aware of the range of opinions and the reasons underlying these opinions. Page 55. Anonymity is an important aspect of successful Delphi studies. Franklin and Hart 2007. It encourages honesty in areas of contention and can reduce the impact of dominant individuals inherent in other research techniques, so all participants get an equal opportunity for contribution. Dahlke and Helmer, 1963. 1974. In addition, Okoli and Pawlowski, 2004, point out that respondents are always anonymous to each other, but never anonymous to the researcher. This gives the researchers more opportunity to follow up for clarifications and further qualitative data. Page 19. 3.6.3.6 Participant Engagement. Some methods for maximizing participation have already been discussed. Researcher attainment of personal assurances of participation is another suggested strategy for minimizing non-response rates. Ludwig 1994, Okoli and Pawlowski 2004. Whitman 1990 recommends the researcher undertake both a verbal and written introduction. Hisu and Sanford 2007b suggest a preparedness to discuss why the potential participant is being approached and why the research is appropriate and necessary when invited by phone or in person for greater engagement. A full understanding of requirements minimizes later surprises that may disenfranchise and decrease motivation. Hassan et al. 2000 report that when respondents have agreed to participate, they need to be informed of exactly what they will be asked to do, how much time they will be expected to contribute, and what use will be made of the information they provide. Page 1011. Franklin and Hart 2007 point out, following a 3-round Delphi study they conducted, even with constant communication between the researchers stressing the importance of continuing participation, towards the end of the study, the willingness of the panelists to continue diminished. This lag in willingness came at the most important point of the Delphi study, the final questionnaire, page 242. And remember, psychopaths, because she's going to, I think, use this for psychopathy, they're not honest. It's so hard. So then they start closing up. It's like, fuck. Then the researcher has to just use their knowledge based on the kind of personality. Franklin and Hart did not specifically address how this was managed, but rather offered general recommendations and observations. These included the importance of enthusing the most appropriate expert panel members about the topic area, having protocol for keeping participants engaged and connected to the research, And basing the first round questionnaire on an extensive and up-to-date literature and including a qualitative component to allow for comments by experts related to those in the moment ideas. Hisu and Sanford, 2007b, report that researcher phone and or email follow-up with non-responders is an important aspect of maximizing response rates. 3.6.3.7 Data Analysis. In relation to Delphi survey data analysis, the literature generally suggests that rules need to be established to assemble information and that the decision about when consensus will be reached should be made at the beginning of the study. Day and Bobeva, 2006, Davidson, 2013, contends that coding responses also leads to categorization that may be formed into themes. Liu, 2002, points out that both quantitative, example distribution statistics, ratings and rankings, and qualitative, example extraction of themes, analyses are performed on the returned questionnaires to prepare a feedback report for the panel, as well as to assist the moderator in preparing materials for the next round. Page 766. Open-ended question responses from multiple participants with similar or duplicate argumentation should be combined so that a single argument generated by either a panelist or minority of panelists or most panelists cannot be identified as such. Bulger et al. 2011. The major statistics used in Delphi studies are measures of central tendency, mean, median, mode, and levels of dispersion, standard deviation, and interquartile range. The use of median and mode is preferred. Judd 1972, O 1974, with the median based on Likert type scale, the most strongly favored measured in the literature. Hill and Fowles 1975, Jacobs 1996. In relation to consensus, Green 1982 recommends at least 70% of votes need to be 3 points or higher if a 4-point Likert type scale is used, with the median being 3.25 or higher. In a study conducted by Ludwig 1994, consensus on an item was considered to have been reached when 80% of the ratings fell within 2 categories on a 7-point scale. McMillan et al. 2016 put forward that disagreement may be defined with ratings, where at least a third of the respondents rate a statement at the opposite end of the scale to their peers. It is suggested in the literature that the use of percentages might not be adequate and that measuring the stability of subject responses in successive iterations is more effective. Belton et al. 2019. Other key researchers who have explored the data analysis aspect of the Delphi survey technique in greater detail include Belton et al. 2019, Dalkey and Helmer 1963, Delbecki et al. 1975, and Linston and Turoff 2011, and further data on the Delphi are included in Appendix D. 6.3.3.8 3.6.3.8 Examples of Delphi survey technique use. There are many examples in the literature of Delphi studies, including a great deal of data on implementation detail. Ablatif et al. 2016, in their study on diabetic mellitus, used a structured questionnaire in the first data gathering round. They included mean and median values in round 2, and the mean and median values of round 2 in round 3. In rounds 2 and 3, participants were asked to rank responses from the previous round on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being very relevant and 5 being very irrelevant and 5 being very relevant. Franklin and Hart, 2006, in their research into the impact of web-based education on university chair roles, undertook 3 rounds of research. On round 1, panelists were asked to rate their perception of the importance of factor statements on a 5-point Likert scale, with 0 indicating no opinion, 1 indicating not important, and 5 indicating critically important. An example is, please rate your perception as a department chair of the importance of the following opportunities in the context of a web-based distance education. Round 2 provided a second opportunity to rate perceptions a context for their ratings based on the ratings of their peers, and a new set of factor statements to consider based on their comments from round one. To determine the most important factor statements, the researchers compared the mean score for all factors using a cutoff mean of 3.7 on the 5-point scale. Factor statements with a 3.7 mean or higher were significant and were included in the round 3 questionnaire. Controversial factor statements were determined by calculating the standard deviation of factor statements with a mean factor rating of less than 3.8. The qualitative data were also grouped and used to refine the round 3 questionnaire. The purpose of round 3 was to synthesize important factor statements, controversial factor statements, and qualitative comments to develop predictive statements. The questionnaires were similar to the first 2 rounds, except panelists were requested to rate their desirability for each predictive statement on a 5-point Likert scale, with 1 representing highly desirable, 3 neutral, and 5 highly undesirable. Immediately following the desirability rating, panelists were instructed to rate the likelihood of the predictive statement occurring using the same 5-point Likert scale, with 1 representing highly likely and 5 representing highly unlikely. A final desirability score and likelihood score were developed through weight assignment to the desirability and likelihood scales, such as multiplication of the total numbers of panelists that rated a predictive statement as highly desirable with a weight of 2, the total of panelists that rated a statement as desirable with a weight of 1, and so on, until all the ratings were converted into a final desirability score. The same procedure was used for the likelihood rating. Panelists were then required to label a predictive statement based on the overall desirability and likelihood score. All statements receiving a score greater than 23, a figure that was chosen from the higher end of the cumulative overall desirability and likelihood score, were labeled as highly desirable and highly likely. A score between 5 to 23 was labeled as desirable and likely, and so on, until all predictive statements were labeled. Sounds good, Philip. Yeah, you're here all the time, so feel free to leave when you need to. Have a good night. By the way, guys, I might be doing a stream this weekend. I'm getting my new bed. We're picking it up tomorrow. So I might be doing a stream, which is kind of like a just chatting again, organizing my room, getting a bed that isn't fold upable, getting a bed that isn't fold upable like that. That's my bed. That usually I fold up and unfold. So tomorrow I might be live, putting a bed into my room and reorganizing my room. So I might be live 6 times this week. Okay, back to it. The 2 examples of use of the Delphi survey technique outlined in the preceding paragraphs are intended to exemplify differing analysis methods. It was planned to use a 5-point Likert scale for the rating component of this research. Consensus was to be reached when all participants were in the top 2 ratings, a combination of strongly agree and agree on the 5-point Likert scale. Disagreement was to be reached when at least a third of the respondents rated the statement at the opposite end of the scale to their peers. The analysis approach was not required in the end, as a variation was implemented, which is discussed in the next chapter. The intended analysis process is noted here to demonstrate integrity of process, that consideration was given to these issues before research even commenced. A detailed summary of key findings in the literature in relation to best practice of the Delphi survey technique, based on a comprehensive review of the literature undertaken prior to research commencement, is included in Appendix D. Cubs, what do you mean by that? The way they filter out? Oh, psychosis. Yeah. A lot of psychosis is caused by the drugs. Yes. And trauma or the drugs, or sometimes they're given drugs that make psychosis worse. Yeah, that is very true. That's very true, Cubs, if that's what you mean. to try to make people have those expressions. It depends, right? Because there's people that are psychiatrists that push these drugs, which are basically just drug pushers. Psychiatrists really are just drug pushers when it comes down to it. Um, yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cubs, yes, and even higher with like meth these days and make it sticky and then give them and then changes the brain in a way. Uh, Not everyone. Some people can get off it. It's rare that people recover from meth addiction, but some people can. Um, but yeah, this is like they're in Winnipeg here because we have a really bad drug crisis in the city. Cubs, it's very dangerous. Because everyone's strung out on meth and fent and stuff. So what they do, it's a way for it's a way the police they to diagnose them with schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder when they're having psychosis due to the drug they're on. Due to the drug they're on, they what they do is the police capture them when they're high on these substances, um, and lock them up in a psych ward against their will, and diagnose them with schizoaffective, and then they're like testing patients basically, and they're taken away. It's really sad. And you know how psych wards are here in Canada, how I've said before about how they chain people up and sedate them and stuff. It's really sad. It's really sad. Hey, Dave. How'd your stream go? How'd your stream go? I'm still delivering. Well, I guess when you left I wasn't delivering yet. I started on page 51. I made it to 82. And I got to page 51 after three streams. So we got like 30 pages down in one stream. So I'm talking fast. How'd your stream go? Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, uh-huh. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, yeah. The high dose THC. High dose THC causes it now. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And it's pushed by the government. It's the stuff that's pushed by the government. It's under government confirmed regulation. Yeah, by mental stress. Yeah. Hi, Oak. Yeah, Rumble's down today. Rumble's having problem. That's why they've been attacked. Oh no. Yeah, yeah, because your stream wasn't that long for a Friday. You hated it. Fucking. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dave. Aw, you weren't enjoying it. No, you have to do what you enjoy. You have to do it. Was it shutting down a lot, or it was just I'm sorry. It was no WW, is it WWC? WWC stream? Aw, Dave, I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad that you decided to go off live and you're like, "Okay, I'm putting this down. I can't can't force myself through this." That's good that okay. It's boring. I hate when stuff is boring. Slow because of next gen graphic. This is Fallout 4, right? Was it shutting down? Because you've played Fallout 4 before, haven't you? Mm. Fuck the focus on graphics. Oh, fuck the focus on graphics. Fuck that. I'm glad you didn't force yourself, though. I'm glad you're like, I'm not gonna do this. No thanks. I'm stressed. This is not enjoyable. I'm having a bad time. I'm not gonna do this. That's really good instead of forcing yourself to continue if you hate it. And it's Friday, you worked all week. So you deserve to just sit back and relax. You deserve to just be able to relax. I'm glad you stopped and didn't force yourself. Oh, okay. It did freeze. Okay, this was the it was freezing. Yeah, this the fucking graphic. The fucking graphics. OBS was saying to the video said okay. It wasn't working. Effing modern Bethesda. Well, you'll have a lot of other games to be able to play in the future. And you're seeing what works. Trial and error, right? Trial and error. So many more you can still do. And look what a good time you're having with the wrestling games the past couple days. But Bethesda's really like low on the list now. Like Bethesda's really not making a good name for itself. It's proving time and time to be a piss off for gamers. I'm glad you just stopped and didn't force yourself though. Really? I didn't know that. Microsoft owns Bethesda in bed with Epstein at this point. I hate Bill Gates. I saw did you see it? Did you see it in like the news or whatever today, Dave, about I thought this is a play. I still don't trust Bill fucking Gates. Bill Gates saying he's donating like 90% of his wealth or whatever to charities, which are going to just be his charities. And him and his accountants know how to do it to be able to get all the write-offs properly with it. And it's all going through his stuff to his things. It'll be going to that Aerovax and stuff. Like that's where the money's going to be going. So fuck Bill Gates. But look how like it's interesting, very similar to talking about psychopathy. Bill Gates, Epstein, but how they have this facade of pretending like they're the good guys. Fuck Bill Gates, fuck Microsoft, so then fuck Bethesda as well. They're all connected. Was it proven that, because I don't trust Bill Gates, I know that he was hiring a bunch of prostitutes while he was married and stuff. That's what we as the public know. Who knows if he was hiring kids and stuff, which a lot of these elites do, right? You know the satanic stuff and everything. So, was he on the flight list? I've kind of just like assumed he is, but yeah. But also what I need to realize and just remember as well is a lot of these people got their names probably scrubbed off the flight list. Ones that went more covertly there. Not everything would have been kept on a list, right? Wait, Bill Gates was part of the Pizzagate, which was true, and they tried to say it's not true. Okay, yeah, no, he's evil. Confirmed evil. I forgot. The way they tried to silence that, the way they tried to write it off as not true, because it's when Hillary was running for election. That's why. Sad for all the victims. It's unfortunate. Yeah, Bill Gates was part of that. Wait. Unfortunate. Rumble's doing fine now. It seems to be on and off. It's saying. You know, okay, and Dave, this is another thing about Microsoft that makes me worried, guys. This is one thing. So MRIs can detect psychopathy. Problem is, who owns, what is the company behind MRIs? Microsoft. When Microsoft had that shutdown, all of the MRIs like around North America went down because it was all Microsoft run. So Bill Gates has his hands in that and could manipulate the data that way for his buddies. So we must be aware. I don't think I mentioned that before. Prince Andrew was your prince, and the way that the monarchy covered for him. Okay, and interesting, there's many islands that haven't even been released yet that are near Epstein Island. So likely similar things are going on there. And he could have easily buddied up with the people and had certain people there, sent certain people there, but it would have been off the record. It's awful. Well, we're bringing awareness to psychopathy. They're busting now. Hopefully they finally release the documents. You know, what's tough is because everything is politicized. There are, there's people from the right and the left that were on the list, and it looks bad for either administration if they release all of the names, because either side both has some of their political people on the list. So it looks really bad for either of them. So neither government, and it's just a two-party system, neither government wants to release the list, because no matter who does, it looks bad for both of them. So and that's how the blackmail works too, eh? That's how the blackmail works, unfortunately. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna go fill up with coffee. Gonna go get some coffee because I'm still yawning, and then I'll be right back. Okay. Back I am. Okay, Cubs, you're saying unfortunately it's everywhere in the Caribbean. So a lot of those things are happening in the Caribbean. I guess it makes sense. Epstein's not the only one. He's not the only one. All these islands and mini islands. And Canada doesn't own a singular one. Canada, fuck. Canada has no good weather. It's so unfortunate. We need Canada to buy one of these islands. Can Canada please buy the rights to an island so that Canadians, have a state that isn't, minus 40? A province. It's called provinces here. Can we please finally... Please? I've been saying that since I was young. I'm like, why hasn't the Canadian government bought one of these islands? Come on, pick one of them up. Wow. Aw, Moose, I'm sorry. Thumbs down. They're trying to get you to subscribe. They're trying to get you to subscribe to the... Nah, fuck that. Aw, Moose. With your luck, of course it was... No! Don't let that discourage you. Okay, they didn't talk about that. They didn't try to promote it, but they might be playing the long game like the people with the emotes. I might become a state soon. I just manifested it by saying, but Calling Canada's provinces states. That banker isn't gonna last. Yeah. I don't trust him at all. He was friends with him and his wife were friends with Ghislaine or whatever. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. Personally, don't trust him. Don't trust his face at all. He reminds me of the governor of LA. Of California. That's who he really reminds me of. Imagine the dirt on that guy. I don't trust him. Anyways. Okay, so I should start reading some more. 3.7. Let me get comfortable. Wow. Moose, you're saying the governor of LA was laughing on TV while talking about land grabs. And if it was started by dudes, why aren't they using weather technology to make it rain in LA? In California? It's government sabotage. It's government sabotage. Like I saw Florida banned it. Wasn't that just the other day? Florida is banning they're actually acknowledging Oregon Energy William Reich weather manipulation technology and making it illegal. Why is it not acknowledged in California? Why isn't the government using it for good to make it rain? Make it rain and you're just in reach. Cloud Busting by Kate Bush. Thank you for making me aware of it through that. Thank you, Kate Bush. Why are they not doing that? And then the governor of California laughing about it. It's so disgusting. It's disgusting. They're like, well, it's just dry here. You have the technology. Though. It's people don't realize this, though, like the general population isn't aware, especially most people living in California, because everyone's like very, 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 they're very believing of the government and media, so anyways. Yeah. Got sprayed in Chicago. They said that it's illegal in the weather technology. They made it illegal in Tennessee as well. But Florida just recently made it illegal as well. Actually acknowledging it. Unlike California. Oh, it sucks. It just doesn't ever rain here. You can make it rain. Cloud busting, Kate Bush. Happened back in the 60s. Come on. The Plains people ignore it. It's become normalized. They normalized it. And most citizens are just like, this is just how it is. And we don't believe that technology exists because the government denies it. The guy who created the technology was put in bars for it, and then government said it doesn't exist. Anyways, guys, stop just trusting. Stop just blindly trusting. Okay, let's getting back into this before I get too political. 3.7, the research population. 3.7.1, introduction. To achieve the research aims, it was necessary to adopt a research approach to population selection that actively addressed issues identified in previous research approaches as barriers to the collection of comprehensive and nuanced data. Also, how long? Okay. It was important that practitioners and researchers from both forensic and non-forensic backgrounds were included. In the personality field, the focus has been on collecting data using dark personality assessment tools with people of dark personality in prisons. Alternatively, data on dark personality traits have been collected from college populations or from general community populations, not data from people of dark personality in the non incarcerated populations, which are the high IQ ones. Some work has been done with people of DP, dark personality, and white collar populations. The need to get data that very specifically relates to people of dark personality outside of the prison system in a wide range of contexts and personal circumstances was therefore important. Ideally, some research participants would be from law enforcement, prison, and justice system backgrounds, while others would be from contexts that were not associated with the prison, law enforcement, or the justice system, such as, for example, cults, child sex abuse in the Catholic Church, coercive control and domestic violence, and psychological profiling. It was also important for this research to include participants from both the personality and the behavioral research communities and from varying research fields so that data from these areas could be viewed together. Participants from both the researcher and practitioner communities would assist in bringing together the learnings from these different knowledge areas. Okay, there's a map. Okay, Cubs, I'm copying and pasting to view this later. And they're creating the Aerovacs and the self-replicating and the polymers that it can exist in, thrive in. Yes, that can be for good stuff and for gene manipulation, which they say it's good to help with faulty genes, but we know that's going to be weaponized. 3.7 part 2.2 Participant numbers, sample size. Sample size is an important consideration in any research directly related to data validity. In quantitative data, certainty is achieved through repetition of identical experiments, survey questions, or other means of data collection that are independent from the researcher and can be replicated. Qualitative research involves deeper probing of research participants for richer information and so has a more subjective element. It can be challenging to identify the ideal number of participants in qualitative research because saturation point, the point at which new data collection no longer provides new observations or themes, Guest et al. 2006, cannot be identified or guessed ahead of time. Saturation is an important element of qualitative research because data are expected to have a degree of generalized application at saturation. Sandalowski, 1995, suggests that a sample size of 10 may be adequate for sampling a homogeneous population. Cresswell, 1998, suggests that data saturation can be accomplished with a sample size of 20 to 30 using a grounded theory approach to qualitative research. Despite such estimations, the appropriate sample size for qualitative approaches is not generally definable in advance. Recommended sample sizes for Delphi survey technique research processes are also discussed in the literature. Akoli and Pulowski, 2004, put forward that the Delphi group size does not depend on statistical power, but rather on group dynamics for arriving at consensus among experts. Thus, the literature recommends 10 to 18 experts on a Delphi panel. Page 19, Hisui and Sanford, 2007 APE report. If the sample size of a Delphi study is too small, research participants may not be considered as having provided a representative pooling or judgments regarding the target issues. If the sample size is too large, the drawbacks inherent within the Delphi technique, such as potentially low response rates and the obligation of large blocks of time by the respondents and the researchers, can be the result. Page 4. Many Delphi panels have fewer than 20 participants, and some researchers suggest 10 to 15 participants is adequate, particularly when participants are drawn from very similar areas. Delebecq et al. 1975, Akoli and Pulowski 2004. Some studies have engaged hundreds of participants. Alexander and Krapowski 1999, D. Anderson and Schneider 1993, and even thousands. Guéguerou et al. 2017. However, Ludwig 1994 points out that this can result not only in increased dropout rates, but also in difficulty with categorizing the data. The number of research participants used in most Delphi studies is fewer than 50. Troff, 1970. Witkin and Ostschuld, 1995. Sandalowski, 2000, in the general research literature, asserts that a sample size in qualitative research that is too large may negatively impact timing and analysis. In a Delphi study, the higher the number of participants involved, the longer it may take to get responses, and the next round cannot be initiated until all participants have responded. Hassan et al. 2000. Hisu and Sanford, 2007b, point out that delays in the Delphi survey technique are linked to lower response rates as participants may believe their input to be no longer important or required. Davidson, 2013, asserts the primary challenge of a Delphi study technique is keeping participants engaged and motivated, and that minimizing the length of time involved is a crucial element of this. It was planned to have around 50 participants in the current research. Each round of research could not commence until surveys were returned and analyzed, and therefore higher numbers of participants may have held up the research process. Given the seniority and experience of the research participants anticipated to take part in the study, it was also thought that around 50 participants would provide rich and reliable data. It was planned that the numbers of non-forensically oriented practitioners would be higher due to the disproportionately extensive research already undertaken with people of dark personality inside the criminal justice system, the findings of which are available in published papers. There were 57 research participants. A breakdown of the numbers of participants representing researcher and practitioner populations is included in Table 2 in Section 3.7.3.5. Okay. So I'm wondering, did she do this? It was people that, okay, so this was people that dealt with people of dark personality. Wow. Okay, let me keep reading it out. Sorry. 3.7.3 Participant identification, selection, recruitment, and vetting. 3.7.3.1 Introduction. A decision was made not to include people of dark personality in this research due to the challenges in accessing this population outside the justice system and the propensity for people of dark personality to lie. Like, this is a number one trait. This is why that fill out this form, psychopath. Be honest, please. It's like, guys, that's like number one thing they do is lie. What a shit way to try to get accurate data and then use that data to say, yeah, well, they said this, so yeah. They lie, bro. They lie. They lie. You think, Cups? If anything, I'd say, to make them more. Might be. But a lot are vulnerable people that fall addiction to drugs, you know? A lot of kind people fall it, but a lot of evil people do, you know, but they only make 10% of the population. But yeah, to try to make them more but if they could just, if it's evil people in charge of that, you know, and distributing the drugs, then they would love to see kind people but fall victim to that and lose their entire life and lose their mind, you know? Could just be too many drugs. Yeah, drugs are just bad and they damage the brain. Like, methamphetamine is so dangerous. The crisis of it. It's unfortunate. It makes more people, yeah, it does. Because the brain damage can be done to the brain to make people, yeah. Okay, Moose. Yeah, big like that, done. Do your due diligence, yeah. Gene manipulation, yeah. It's tough because when it's created, when that stuff, like, the science has been done, and it's good scientists, they think they're doing good things, it's like, yeah, but you're creating something, I was thinking of today how in Pokemon in Platinum, when the scientist was like, I can't believe that they're using my stuff for bad. It's like the scientists that help every step of the way and then don't realize till the very end that they're helping create something that's going to be used for bad. It's like, okay, but it's too late, bro. But yeah, websites where people leave reviews on doctors. It is good to have that. Yep. Yeah. Yep. TLDR, Cubs, don't do these chemical drugs. Yep. Yeah. It damages the brain. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Gonna continue. 3.7.3 Participant identification, selection, recruitment, and vetting. 3.7.3.1 Introduction. A decision was made not to. Oh, yeah, I said this. Okay, yeah, and then I stopped because I started saying they lie. Oh, yeah, I started going on about that. Yeah, I would say that's a valid assessment, Cubs. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A decision was made not to include people of dark personality in this research due to the challenges in accessing this population outside the justice system and the propensity for people of dark personality to lie convincingly, misrepresent, and manipulate, even when they have nothing at stake. Even when they have nothing at stake, because they just like to lie and they just like to see people believing their lies. That gives them a hit. Babiak and Hare, 2006, pages 50 to 51. Family members, friends, and others in the close circle of relationships of people of dark personality were also discounted due to the ability of people of dark personality to manipulate the perceptions of others, even those close to them. So they are seen as quote unquote normal and well intentioned. Yet people who haven't woken up to the fact that one of their siblings or their parents or their husband is or wife is a psychopath. Babiak and Hare, 2019, pages 124 to 138. Representation from the many generally siloed practitioner and academic fields that have knowledge on people of dark personality was considered crucial to achieving the research aims. Sorry, I didn't really absorb that while I said it, so I just want to. With consideration given exclusively to participants with very high levels of experience with people of dark personality and or their targets/victims across contexts and over time. The knowledge and insights of practitioners who are less likely than researchers or academics to publish their learnings were also considered crucial, as was the inclusion of practitioners highly experienced with quote-unquote high-functioning people of dark personality and or their targets/victims outside the criminal justice system given the underrepresentation of data on this population. Practitioner communities, that is, professionals who work with people of dark personality and or their targets/victims, as well as people who had been or were currently being targeted by those of dark personality, were identified as groups that could potentially provide rich and nuanced data. The practitioner community was chosen over the target/victim community because practitioners could potentially provide data from a greater range of contexts, communities, and personal circumstances over time, and could offer a practical perspective on some of the areas of contention in the literature. Also, this was just making me think high functioning of dark personality outside the criminal justice system just made me think. This pissed me off. I remember when I saw that, I got so angry. Honestly, it made me really pissed. I just want to say this to be able to say it out loud. My first, the first PF abuser, he did serve time. It was just house arrest, and it was just house arrest. And his wife was such flying monkey for him that it let him have access to the internet the whole time, even though he wasn't supposed to, because that's where he found not just me but other victims as well, of minors to groom and then have them do acts for him. And it pissed me off so much that he's not in prison now. Didn't even get put on the sex offender list. And then I saw after his house arrest was over that he was traveling in fucking Italy and stuff. Not on the sex offender list so he can go wherever the fuck he wants. It pisses me off. Really pissed me off. Anyways, I just thought of that. I want to say that. And he's like a photographer. Fuck you. Fuck you. Anyways, one day I'll be able to... I could give my full testimony about him, but I choose not to because I choose to wait until I can have my full story and then say everything. Anyways, but that pisses me off. Outside of the criminal justice system, he is now. Contingent literature. Okay. Internationally recognized researchers in the fields of psychopathy, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and the dark triad, as well as researchers in the behavioral research community, investigating the characteristics of those who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others by conscious choice, were also identified for inclusion in the research. They were selected to represent different schools of thought, as the research might expose potential similarities and differences of researcher and practitioner understanding. Identifying potential research participants with experience of people of dark personality and or their targets/victims in a range of contexts, communities, and personal circumstances over time presented a challenge. Wow, Cubs. I wasn't aware of this, but this makes sense and makes me worry, though. The age of consent in Italy is 14 years old. Pretty sick. Interesting that he chose to go there. Because he's no longer with his wife at that point. She left... and thankfully took their minor daughter as well. I didn't know he had children, and he would tell me fantasies as if I was his child and stuff. And I didn't know he had a daughter until he got arrested. And she's still stuck by him. And I told her this. And when I told her this, she actually threatened to get a restraining order against me if I ever reached out to her again. I told her this and she stuck with him. At least his daughter's safe now. Anyways, but that's interesting that he chose to go to Italy. And that he chooses to be a photographer. I can't wait to give my testimony, one day, and to be able to say, this person's dangerous, stay away from them. Yeah. That's true as well. About, drugs. Don't do drugs, guys. Don't do drugs. I've been saying this since I was so young and playing my guitar at the different schools saying, don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Yes. Natural, stick to the natural means. The natural stuff. Yes, Moose. Minimally damage, yeah. Stick to cannabis or liquor. They both minimally damage your kidneys and liver if you don't go too hard 24/7. Yes. Wow, and so is China and Brazil. People always really glamorize Japan, but Japan's so messed up. The prostitution that goes on, all of the passport bros that are always going, Pat, that's essentially what he was doing? Wow, I just realized. Wow, yeah. Very messed up. Even in places where it's illegal, but they're openly doing it and it's not criminalized at all. It's messed up. Did they? Moose, you're saying they changed it to 16? I'm glad if they increased it. I'm all about increasing the age of consent. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Okay, let's continue though. Presented a challenge. Identifying potential research participants with experience of people of dark personality and or their targets/victims in a range of contexts, communities, and personal circumstances over time presented a challenge. I think I already said that, but I'm saying it again. Also, guys, please thumbs up. Please thumbs up on YouTube and Rumble, okay? If you're finding any of this at all educational, thumbsing up can help get this out to more people. The whole point of this is to get this information out to people, because people aren't aware, and then people are flying monkeys for abusers or get taken advantage of by abusers, so psychopaths. So let's please try to get the word out. Wow. In Turkey and Vietnam, it's 18. Vietnam has really bad problem with prostitution, though. That guy that, when I travel around with him, he openly said that that in Vietnam he would go and get like prostitutes for like $10, and that there was one that was 17, and that there was one that was 17. So it still happens, It definitely happens in Vietnam, even though. But that's good, at least, like, there's criminal for it, so that if that was brought before a court, the person would get charged properly. And what's good is you hope that these ones are like Canada. If it's 16, that if it's a position of power, or within the five year thing, that's put into conics as well. Yeah. Wow. Oh, that's unfortunate, Moose. Okay, I'm going to continue. 3.7.3.2 Participant identification. Potential participants were ultimately accessed internationally from several sources, including the network of the researcher who had several colleague practitioners highly experienced with people of dark personality and or their victims, their targets/victims in non-forensic contexts through her work with executives, her extensive advocacy work in intimate partner violence, including coercive control, her experience in elite international sport, and her contacts in religious communities. Dr. Karen Mitchell! Having friends in high places! Let's fucking go, queen! Other participant sources included referrals from the researchers' network, referrals from research participants, and referrals from professionals who did not participate but were willing to support the research. Potential participants were also identified from the academic literature and information in the public domain, including autobiographical accounts, media reports, television documentaries, professional organization publications, biographies, social media posts, and books covering areas such as cults, institutionalized child sex abuse, intimate partner violence, long-term fraudulent activity, serial killings, corporate crime, coercive domestic violence, weaponization of the justice system, and others. An example of the capacity to identify potential practitioners with experience of people of dark personality and or their targets/victims from information in the public realm is the case of charismatic cult leader Anne Hamilton Byrne, founder of Australian New Age cult, The Family, that was made famous by images of children sporting identical bleached white shoulder-length hairstyles and matching outfits. Extensive news media coverage, legal proceedings, a book, and a documentary series revealed how Ms. Hamilton Byrne, with the assistance of cult followers, illegally acquired or quote-unquote adopted 28 children they raised as their own and who were subjected to beatings, dosed with a litany of drugs, including LSD, put on starvation diets, and denied access to the outside world. Dresch, 2019. Ms. Hamilton Byrne also used manipulative tactics to access the financial assets of her followers, including a farm in England. Yeah, that name is English, yeah. And a 30-acre property in the Catskill Mountains in upstate New York, Monarchy, United States. Investigators spent 6 years trying to secure a conviction against Ms. Hamilton Byrne, who was only ever prosecuted for minor charges in Australia. She escaped the system, pretty much. However, the investigation spanned 3 continents and included FBI involvement in the United States. In a television interview, one of the detectives who worked on the case said Ms. Hamilton Byrne was the quote-unquote epitome of evil, and quote, what it all boils down to is money, and I believe money and power for Anne. Asher and Noonan, 2019. Children of the cults, as adults, discussed methods Ms. Hamilton Byrne used to control them and other cult members, which ultimately led to the suicide of some. Practitioners who had long-term experience with Ms. Anne Hamilton Byrne and or her target/victims, such as psychologists, other mental health professionals, social workers, and law enforcement, were considered appropriate people to approach for participation in this research. Yeah, that sounds like a great place to try to recruit people who have had experience with. 3.7.3.3 Approaching potential research participants. That's so interesting that that's first person. Wow. For me personally, there's just things that are just an interesting coincidence. Following ethics clearance, which is discussed later in this chapter, potential participants were approached by email to gauge their interest in participating in the research, and an outline of the research project was attached. Appendices E and F contain sample email approaches sent to both researchers and expert practitioners. Appendix G contains the project outline that was attached. Approaches to potential research participants commenced in October 2020 and continued to October 2021. And then they're saying LSD or lysergic acid dithylamide, known colloquially as acid, is a potent psychedelic drug. Guys, don't do this. This is bad. This is also what they use in MK Ultra. No wonder this cult lady's using it as well. Don't do this. Effects typically include intensified thoughts, emotions, and sensory perception. At sufficiently high doses, LSD manifests primarily mental, visual, and auditory hallucinations. I don't know how Ms. Hamilton Byrne got away with this. I would love to look into that case, actually. And her family line. Only senior experienced researchers and expert practitioners were considered for this research. It is relevant that the PhD author has worked internationally with executive groups on complex change agendas for several decades, so approaching and working with highly accomplished and experienced people was a core capability, something the researcher was comfortable with. A telephone conversation was undertaken with all potential participants, some after they had already proactively confirmed an interest in participating, and others as a follow-up call to gauge their interest in research participation after receipt of the email. The conversation with participants who had been pre-chosen to undertake a pre-survey interview, Group A, was slightly different from the group who were not required to undertake a pre-survey interview, Group B. Appendices H and I contain Group A and Group B telephone conversation commentaries, respectively. In this conversation, potential participants were advised of the project requirements, and once these were understood, they were vetted to confirm their professional experience with people who were legitimately of dark personality. The remainder of this section discusses the development and implementation of the process for vetting participants and how categories of participants were identified. What I'm assuming, Cubs, for Anne Hamilton Byrne, is that so as a cult, she had followers. I assume that, and it costs money to adopt kids. I guess that they all were like, yes, no, or her followers adopted them and got access to them, and they're like, and they all just vetted for each other, saying, yeah, this person's trustworthy, yeah. Yeah. Back to the drugs again, giving the kids the drugs. This helps them forget the experience, helps with compartmentalization in the brain, as well as just dumbing them down. And destroying brain cells and such. She was giving to kids. Yes, she was. Okay, I'm gonna go get my dog, actually. I'm gonna go get Bijou, guys. I'll be right back. Thumbs up, please, to get this information out to more people, in front of more people. This is Dr. Karen Mitchell. This is her Twitter. Please follow her. This is her thesis, the front page of it. Please, in the description in both Rumble and YouTube, is the links to her thesis, as well as the links to her Twitter. And I think other links to stuff as well. What else do I have? Oh, I have the wrong description actually for YouTube. YouTube, I have the wrong description. Let me go put in the right description. Crap. I don't have it actually in YouTube. Darn it. And I have an interview with Karen. Okay, oops. Okay, one sec. Sorry, I have to do FaceTime just so you guys like don't might go into the YouTube studio and stuff. And follow. Or subscribe on YouTube. Yeah, oops. I didn't have it in the whoops. Now it is. Follow her on Twitter, guys. Okay. I'll be right back. Going to bring my dog in. Gonna bring my dog in. And then I'll be right back. Okay? Links are in the description for sure now on YouTube and Rumble. I'm live on 5 right now. Live on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, and TikTok. But only Rumble and YouTube allow links of description, so yeah. Use the drugs for manipulation. Yes, that is well comes. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yeah, it's really sad. Interesting how the playbook's similar. You know, they do the same thing. They know it works. Right? This is not apples, Blazak! This is not apples on the shirt. This is peaches. This is not apples. This is not apples. This is peaches. Peaches over apples every day of every week of every month of every year. Previous or future. Looks like apples. It's not. It's peaches. It does kind of look like apple. It's pink. Apples are not pink. Peaches are. This is not apples. Fuck you. It's not apples. But this was a dress from I got it from a thrift store. It's not apples. No. Oh, you see apples? Fuck! This is not apples. This is peaches. I've only ever saw this as peaches. Otherwise, I would have set this on fire, burned it. Fuck apples. Fuck apples. Fuck. This is peach. It kind of does look like apples. Oh no. No. I've only ever thought these were peaches because this is the color of peaches, not apples. It does have dots of red on it. Oh my god. I thought that this was peaches. My life is flashing before my eyes. Fuck! Fuck! Cub says it might be apples. I thought it was peaches. No. I identify as a peach, okay? The peaches on my dress, the apples on my dress identify as peaches, okay? For the record, you have to respect that, otherwise you'll get canceled. Wow. Yeah, Moose. Psychopaths would take advantage of that, yeah. Yeah. Peaches are better every day of the week. Peaches are juicy. Apples, no. Peaches, yes. Me when I see peaches. Me when I see apples. Peaches are better. My eyes saw peaches. So, okay, I'll be right back. Gonna take dog out. I have a lot to think about. Now. Okay, I will fix my posture when I get back. My posture's, I'll have good posture while I'm taking dogs out. Quick update. I'm still gonna take my still gonna take my dog out. I just asked my sister because my sister is always very honest and blunt. I said, and I asked the question in a way to try to encourage her to say peaches. I said, "Are these peaches or apples?" Mentioning peaches first to try to plant that seed, and she said, "Apples." Like, fuck. Why aren't they red? But if I look closely, there is red on here. It is dotted with red. I believe that they're peaches. I've only ever saw them as peaches because I don't like apples. Because I hate apples. I'm fucking pissed. But I believe my sister. Okay, be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I had to walk of shame. I had to realize that that I'm accidentally promoting apples. I'm accidentally going against my word. Then I'm accidentally going against my word. I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss now. I've always it is a win for apples. It's an L for me. I've always egg on face moment. I thought that they're peaches. I thought that they're peaches. It's a pink dress. It's not red. Yeah, white apples don't exist, but they do have dots of red on it. If I look close up, can I? They do have just to zoom in on the. Okay. Can you see that they have dots? Those dots are red. Believe it or not. It's actually not pink. I can tell it's red. It's a deeper color than the rest. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Darn it. I can't speak my way out of this. Yeah, midlife crisis. Midlife crisis midstream. Yeah. Fuck this. My sister said, she looked me up and down. Apples. Certainly. Apples. I was like, no. White apples with red spots. Maybe it's a new genetically modified apple. Or peach. I mean peach. It's just a peach. Hi, Mars. Hi. Yo, good to see you. Good to see you. Been a few streams since. Skinny, hi. To be fair, you have no idea what the fruit is either. I thought it was peaches. I do hate apples. Mars, I do. But I'm wearing dresses. I didn't know. I thought they were peaches. Like, I literally never had the thought these are... Yeah, maybe it's an Asian pear. Maybe it's an Asian pear. I actually hate Asian pears more than apples, actually. They're so bad. I used to have them. They're worse than apples, actually. I'd rather it be apples than that. It will be in the burn barrel. Yeah. Neo, you say don't shout directly into the mic. My face is in front of the mic. Sorry, I will. I scream. Neo, you know that. Neo, you know that about me. Especially when sad things happen like this. Unfortunate events. Routine for wearing... The apple dress needs to be permanently in the closet now. It's going back in the closet. It's not ready to come out as... It's not ready yet. It's still It's still to the public saying it's an apple. Screw this. Screw this. Okay, let's get back into what this really is. The people watching this back for Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis is like, huh? What's she going on? Why does she hate apples? I don't like it. They're not a good fruit. TLDR, they're not a good fruit. There's so many fruits that just outclass in every single way. But seems like I'm going against. My subconscious has spoken. I've always hated apples. I don't know. It is a nice print. Yes, Cubs, it's a nice print. I thought it was peaches. Peaches have this as well. Have the little stem. As do oranges, both better than apples. Both better. Okay, let's get back into let's keep bringing awareness to psychopathy, guys. Sorry for the what is that? What is intermission? For the apple intermission? The fruit intermission? Uh Hate requires energy, therefore I think too much about apples. Energy was expended about how much I hate apples it was. Anyways. 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 Back into the topic at hand, guys. So yeah. Back into it. I've been live for 4 hours, yes? It's 10 p.m. Do I want to keep delivering it? Like, I guess so. Oh. Is there a... No, okay. Thought there was a tick on me. I went on my run. There was ticks all over me. Ugh, I hate them. But it wasn't a tick. Sorry, Neil. I know everyone, Neil, anyone probably, everyone's ears probably heard after I yelled. And you know, I should understand because I'm sensitive to audio myself, so I should not scream into the mic. I'm sorry, Neil. Sorry for screaming into the mic. Sorry, I was just, yeah. I just really was sad when I realized that these were apples on my dress. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry that there wasn't a warning. I just started swearing. Anti-ASMR, yeah. Anti-ASMR. It's, what does I say? Like the other thing too, it's a screening if people still stay in the stream. It's a screening if people still stay in this. Okay. Let's go back into delivering her thesis. We're getting a lot of down. It seems like, so should I do TLDR of what I think so far of what we've been reading in it? She's laying down the groundwork right now for this study, for this Delphi study. So, and you know, I know that Dr. Karen has been victim of psychopaths as well, and the way they make you have to over-explain yourself to be trusted and to be listened to. So I can kind of see that a bit here with this. I can kind of see her with this really wanting to be like, okay, this is it. This is exactly how it's taken. This is why it's legitimate. I'm seeing how she's wanting to make sure that it's like, that this is accurate and that she describes it down to the T so that, because psychopaths, if you're not like that, and even then they're like, it's not good enough. So, I can see that in this, and then we're about to go into her discussing the actual study with, people who are researchers into dark personality or have had substantial experience with people of dark personality, which is myself with lived experience. I'm not in this, but that would be like the group of people that I am. So yeah. Could they be pomegranate? Maybe. I don't know. I see peaches. I do see apples. I do see how it could be apples. I'm betting on peaches. If not, peaches is what I thought it was. So, I've never listened to ASMR myself. Yeah, the whispering, it's too much. I don't like that kind of thing. That would be way too much for me. But also yelling into the mic isn't good, and I apologize. And I apologize, Neil. And I apologize. Okay, let's get back into it. So that's why I think she's really setting the groundwork for this. 3.7.3.4, vetting. Did I read some of this already? I'll just read it out again. I don't know where I am. It's been like a good 30 minutes, 20 minutes since I've read this. So 3.7.3.4, vetting research participants. The premise of this research is that the core attributes of those of dark personality have not yet been comprehensively contained in one conceptualization. The creation of a process to vet potential participants for legitimate experience with people of dark personality and or their targets/victims therefore presented challenge. Oh, and Moose, you made sure that I checked my posture, so I should have good posture with this. The proliferation of assessment tools in the personality research area has been discussed in this thesis. Several of these tools have been validated. Some are intended to cover the broad population. Some are not validated but are worthy of further investigation. And some are only relevant to offending populations. This presented complexity in selecting vetting criteria. Other challenges included that most assessment tools are designed to be self-administered. That's why I keep saying this. This is why that most of the already created assessment tools to determine if someone's a psychopath, one of the number one traits besides sadism and control is that they lie pathologically. And you're giving them a self-assessment tool and telling them, be honest, please. I can only think that that the guy who created it, Robert Hare, is a psychopath himself. Because what? You're expecting them to be honest? What? It's actually asinine. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. I don't understand why it's like that. Here, I keep going this way. I'm going out of frame. Okay, sorry. Other challenges included that most assessment tools are designed to be self-administered by people of dark personality. Many are built from populations that exhibit severe, overt, antisocial behaviors. Gaps in the literature. You guys know I don't like that either. The fact that they've just called it antisocial. They're not antisocial, though. They're not, because they love narcissistic supply. I don't like it. I don't like it. Whoever created ASPD named it that specifically to give a misrepresentation and to lower the threshold, to say they just don't like people. It's not what it is. Or they're just anxious to be in public. It's not that. I hate that it's called that. Gaps in the literature regarding core attributes may mean important vetting criteria could inadvertently be omitted. The behavioral research community had created extensive and excellent data that needed to be considered, and the existence of factions in the international personality research field regarding assessment tools could lead to a rejection of the data if a favored measure/assessment tool and or attribute was not considered in developing the vetting process. Yeah, Cubs, lying is especially easy for them because they've been lying their whole life. They have to lie to stay under the radar. They have to lie to keep their facade shiny. So yeah. Asocial. Okay, well, what asocial was that? Avoiding social interaction. But when you hear antisocial, you're thinking of not sociable, not wanting the company of others. Like mood. I'm not a psychopath. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because that term is I don't like how they have it. It's not good. I hate it. It should be psychopathy. I hate it. Personally hate it. Hate it. Don't like it. Stupid name. Follow Karen. Follow Karen though. Um, yeah, but to me, just the use of that word as like the defining name of it, I just don't like it. I just don't like it. It needs to be changed, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't know that word existed. I didn't know the word asocial exists. People don't use that word, Blizak. They're using antisocial, you know? But the way that they give it, I don't like it. I have severe problems with that. I have severe problems with the DSM period. Have problems with the ASPD that they combine psychopathy and sociopathy and it's completely different. Hate it. Um, no, Neo, it is a real thing. No, it is a real thing. And it's being found too that ADHD, if you have ADHD, basically it just means you're on the autism spectrum. Basically that's what that means. Um okay. But that doesn't explain away why you don't need. I'm not going to be getting into this. I'm not going to be getting into the relationship advice for you and your best friend who you guys were exes. You're her shoulder to cry on. She's dating another guy and is also talking with her last boyfriend. You know my opinion, and I'm not getting into that. That's not an excuse. It doesn't explain anything. No, it doesn't explain anything, Neo. Okay, let's continue. I'm not getting into that, Neo. All assessment tools listed in Table 1 in Chapter 2 of this thesis were considered, along with others, in the development of vetting criteria. Cub says she's gone. Yo. Okay, that's the last we'll say. Ultimately, the criteria for the vetting process were built from the work of Cleckley, 1941/1976, the Hare PCLR, 1991-2003, the B-Scan 360, Mathieu et al., 2013, the PPIR, Linenfeld and Andrews, 1996, Linenfeld and Widows, 2005, the Comprehensive Assessment of Psychopathic Personality, CAPP, Cook et al., 2012, Cook and Michie, 2001, the NPI, Raskin and Hall, 1979-1981, the Five-Factor Machiavellianism Inventory, FFMI, Collision et al., 2018, the MPS, Darling et al., 2009, the SD3, D. Jones and Paulus, 2014, and assessment tools and general information from the behavioral research community, including a comprehensive assessment tool for domestic violence, the CCB Checklist of Controlling Behaviors, Lemon et al., 2012. The attributes identified by Cleckley, 1941/1976, were considered for inclusion in the vetting process. Cleckley's work was the first substantial representation of the characteristics of people of dark personality. The PCLR, Hare, 1991-2003, was included at the one that's the self-assessment tool, was included as the most highly validated checklist for measuring psychopathy, including the 4 facets of interpersonal, affective, lifestyle, and antisocial. The PCLR includes items such as juvenile delinquency and revocation of conditional release that do not generally apply to people who are higher functioning. Exactly. Neither of my abusers had juvenile delinquency that their parents or society knew of. However, the wide-ranging use of this tool made it an important inclusion. She knows that's not good either. Karen knows as well. And she's ripped on it throughout this, which I like. But she has to mention it because it's literally the most used or whatever. The B-Scan 360, Mathieu et al. 2013, a derivative of the PCLR for use in workplace settings, is an instrument in which individuals rate others, such as their supervisors and subordinates, on psychopathic features. So this would be better. It has the same four-factor structure as the PCLR, Mathieu et al. 2013, and is predictive of various leadership behaviors. Example, Mathieu et al. 2014. It was considered in developing vetting criteria as it assesses higher functioning people of dark personality and refines the antisocial element of the PCLR. The CAP model, Cook and Michie, 2001, was important to include as it does not contain the antisocial element of the PCLR construct and is based on a belief that antisocial behavior is a manifestation of a higher order trait rather than a core attribute of people of dark personality. Cook et al. 2012 refined the CAPP model to include six domains: self, emotional, dominance, attachment, behavioral, and cognitive. The PPIR, Leinenfeld and Widows 2005, was included in this review process as the first valid assessment tool developed to measure psychopathy across the broader community and not just incarcerated populations. The NPI, Raskin and Hall, 1979-1981, inventory items were included to represent narcissistic traits. The FFMI, Collision et al. 2018, is a measure of Machiavellianism developed from the FFM of normal personality and was included. A notable difference between this model and others is that this conceptualization of dark personality includes attributes of planfulness, deliberation, goal-oriented behavior, high responsiveness to reward, and emotional stability. The other models here include attributes of non-planfulness and impulsiveness. This was another thing, I talked about this in the last one about Dr. Karen Mitchell. When I was talking about Ryan Dagler and how he tried to say to her, you know, Karen, that psychopaths are impulsive. No, they're not. And he knows this because he is one. I hate that guy. No, don't like him. Don't trust him. He's hiding in plain sight. Psychopaths aren't impulsive, especially not the higher functioning ones. If they were impulsive, then they would be acting on their behaviors out in the open. They wouldn't be able to control themselves. They are very controlled individuals because they know that what they enjoy and are like is against the social norm. So they're one of the most least impulsive people out there because they are not acting on those. They're not actively acting on those desires. They have to hold themselves back in order to get away with those desires behind the scenes or covertly out in the open. So they're not impulsive. There are times where they do break down and do those things out in the open and are messy, but they're not impulsive. And it is interesting that Ryan tried to push that false narrative. Because when narcissists/psychopaths, dark personalities, they're all the same thing, are trying to bring awareness in the field when they are one themselves, they leave out a lot of important information and twist the narrative and the information, put false things in there to try to cover their own asses. Similarly, the MPS Dalling et al. 2009, another measure of Machiavellianism, was included as it is composed of 4 subscales that overlap but are not the same as other models included here: amorality, desire for control, desire for status, and distrust of others. The SD3, D. Jones and Paulus 2014, was included as a measure of dark triad, the higher functioning collective form of psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism. The CCB, Lehman et al. 2012, was included because it addresses both physical and non-physical violence and focuses on control. The 2-year full-time review of the dark personality literature, including literature related to psychopathy, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and the dark triad, research into behaviors identical to those of dark personality in areas such as toxic leadership, politics, cults, religion, the military, coercive control, fixated threat, and others. The deep dive into models and assessment tools, and the fact-finding discussions with key international personality thought leaders was a sound knowledge base from which to build a vetting process, including vetting criteria for potential research participants. Around half of the research participants had experience in using dark personality assessment tools, and collectively, a minimum of 50 assessment tools had been used by participants. A list of these assessment tools is included in Appendix D. The vetting process was not designed to ascertain use of assessment tools. Rather, it was a process intended to gauge potential participant experience with people of dark personality and or their target/victims over time and in varied situations. Based on the literature review, the deep dive into models and assessment tools, and the fact-finding discussions with key thought leaders, it was decided that a vetting process must, first, be developed from assessment tools that have been validated or show well-thought-through links with existing models and data. Next, be representative of the personality researcher literature, including psychopathy, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and the dark triad, in totality and not limited to just one conceptualization due to the high levels of contention in the field and the overlap of attributes between the conceptualizations. Thirdly, be representative of the behavioral research literature, including domestic violence, coercive domestic violence, toxic leadership, executive management, forensic mental health, non-forensic mental health, law enforcement, justice system, religion, cults, profiling, and so on. Be applicable to people of dark personality, both inside and outside the justice system. Be contained. This was not an interview, but a vetting process. And give enough details so the researcher could make an accurate assessment. Characteristics that featured strongly in key assessment tools in research in different fields and in discussions with key thought leaders were identified, representing people who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others by conscious choice. These characteristics, 13 in total, which were used as part of the vetting process are. These are, I like how it's 13. I don't know if she chose that specifically because that's kind of like the cursed number. But basically, here are 13 traits that that define psychopathy. First, 1, desire for control, power, and dominance. 2, compelling personas. A facade of genuineness grooms others to believe they are caring, considerate, and quote-unquote normal. Adoption of lifestyles and life choices as a cover for identities such as church-going and a quote-unquote family man can change persona. Family man, both of my PDF file abusers came across as family men. They didn't spend much time with their family, to be honest, but they came across that way. Looked like a good family man. Said that they cared about well, he complained about them to me, but would openly say that he when he had Facebook and stuff, would openly say and act and post photos with, act like he's a good guy, act like he's a family man, as well as the first one. And then they blame me, the minor. The wives and the flying monkeys. So, wow. Exactly. That's number 2. Okay, and 1 sec. I'm just pausing for a sec. Yeah. That is true. That they are more introverted. Not to say all introverts are bad guys. Because they do keep to themselves more because they want to be in control and they operate alone. They normally always operate alone unless it's in an organized context like child sexual abuse with the satanic cult stuff and the church different priests gathering together and raping the children and stuff. Things like that where they kind of have to work together to have a steady flow of victims incoming, to be able to have an organized trafficking ring and stuff. They work together, but otherwise, yeah, they normally work alone. Normally they work alone because then they have full control over it. Yeah, and this true as well comes. Using violence isn't really an outgoing trait, yeah. But that doesn't mean that they're not people who have a lot of friends who go out to the bar a lot. A lot of psychopaths do that. But I would say both of my abusers, like, they had families, but they come across as normal, but they spent a lot of time, like, talking to me and doing what they wanted to. So did they both have a lot of friends? Like, they had friends. Like, I remember my second abuser saying that to me. He said, then I would lose my friends. If they found out who he was, then I lose my friends. Yeah, I guess you would, eh? Um, it's like their friends are a pawn. They're creating a circle. That's part of the persona, I guess. So yeah, but they do usually work alone, unless they have to get access to victims and organize criminal rings. Yep. Yeah, that's what I don't like is they make it seem like it's obvious. They don't. They don't. The TV shows, because it's Hollywood, and a lot are written by psychopaths, changing the narrative to make it seem like they're not normal. They don't come across as normal, or written by people who just fictionalize it and don't have any experience with actual psychopaths. They do that. They make it seem like, oh, they really stood out as weird. Oh, they were really no. No, not usually. No, they've maybe sometimes when they're young, you can tell when they're very young before they have uh learned to mask it properly. Yes. Um there are like there are many like preschool and like working with young kids where they say there is a difference in the specifically enjoying harming others or saying mean things or disadvantaging the other children. But for the most part, it's not obvious. For the most part, it's not obvious. Um, they didn't work together. They didn't. My two abusers did not work together. They didn't work together with one another. Actually, I remember the second one would send anonymous messages to the first one because they were both like it was the same time there was overlap of them um grooming and abusing me and exploiting me as a minor. So no, it's interesting, yeah, that he actually the second one actually would send anonymous messages to the other one to threaten him, to try to scare him, to be like, I'm doing a better job than you, to kind of. So yeah, they didn't work together. So yeah, normally they don't work together. But they can't exhibit social behavior. It's part of the facade. Point number 2, compelling persona is facade of genuineness. Um, you like some channels that give this? Yes, some. Yep, exactly. Being divisive, of which, um, yeah, Ox. That was my experience. But every experience is different, right? Every experience there is commonalities, but due to social environments, certain things, yeah. But they were in the similar like communities. They were in like similar communities online and stuff. Hi, Alan. And so no. They're okay. My first one was never. My first abuser was never sexually abused himself. The second one, I think it was a lie because he never would delve more detail onto it. So I don't think he was. He said that he was, and he's never used it in the court case, so I don't think so. But he said that he didn't even say how, he just said uh, he's taken advantage of by a babysitter. But he grew up first in the Middle East because his dad was, I don't know, some kind of international something that he grew up in the Middle East. And then to Canada. So I don't, he never delved into it. I think it was him trying to say that to try to make me have sympathy for him, to make me think that I believed him at the time, and I'd be like, please open up to me. I'd be like, please tell me about it. No, oh, I'm so sorry, because I was under his manipulation. But I don't know if it's true. They lie, right? And they come up with lies. Like, they'll lie and say they have cancer when they don't, to get sympathy. So I don't know. I know the first one wasn't, but the second one, Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean, Alan. But I don't like that where hurt people hurt others. Because I've been abused. I would never take advantage of, exploit, sexualize a minor. I have no desire. And they would say to me, you'll feel like me one day. No, I don't. That was them trying to excuse away their behavior, saying this is normal. Because I genuinely thought, they made me think, I obviously don't believe this now because I understand that they're just 10% of the population, but they told me every man thought the way they did. Every single man that ever looked at me was thinking the things that they did. I thought that was true. So, but I know that's not true now. My view of the world was I was brainwashed, right? Anyways. Okay, sorry, that's me going on a tangent about my personal experience, but okay, so 2, compelling persona. That was all from the compelling persona part. 3, dishonesty, deception, and duplicitousness. Minimizes, denies, blames, and diminishes. Lies with conviction and convincingly. 4, manipulative, devious, exploitative, and calculating. Gets others to believe the victim is the guilty one. Engages others to unwittingly harm victims on their behalf. The flying monkeys. The wife threatening me with a restraining order when I was just trying to make her aware, because she wouldn't look at the evidence, of the things that her husband said about if he had a daughter and what he'd do to me if I was his daughter, and how he wishes I was his daughter so he could do these things to me. He enjoyed the incest. Unwittingly, they don't know. Breaks laws, codes, agreements, rules, and contractual arrangements. Yeah, I don't know if he had a babysitter there. I don't know. I don't believe that he had a babysitter there. I think it was a lie, but I don't know. But he's never said it on the record, which makes me think again, Ox, that it's a lie, but I don't know, right? I don't know. But they lie about big things like this. And I asked him so many times. And that's the thing he'd do. He'd say, I just can't talk about it right now. I don't want to talk about it right now. I can't. That would be the way he'd say it, to try to get me to not bring it up, or make it seem like I'm overwhelming him by kindly telling him it's a safe place and that I want to be able to understand him more. It was his way of blowing me off. And he did that a lot with that, as well as another thing when I'd be like, when he'd always say like, oh, it's almost time for us to be together. And then I'd be like, he said we were going to talk about it. And then I was there with him. And then he just raped me instead. And then I would try to talk about it after. And then he'd just say no and basically just want me out of his office. So so they lie. So that was a common thing he'd do. And he was like that with him saying that he's abused by babysitters. So I don't know if that's kind of like the common, like, it seems like he came up with it on the fly. I remembered it. He didn't expect me to remember that he had that lie. And then he always just never went further into it. That's what I think, knowing what I know now, but yes, that is true. Yeah, in the Middle East, it allows for child marriages and stuff. That is true. Yeah, Islam is Sharia law is awful. Yeah, child marriages and stuff. It's more of a, yeah, it's very, yeah. No, it is true. Like, it just is true that with Sharia law. Yeah. Okay, sorry, let's continue. 4. Sorry, I didn't fully complete it. Manipulative, devious, It's funny that each time that I'm getting distracted because I'm like, that's exactly what he did. He did. And then I start going like, okay, this is exactly it. That's sad. It's sad. They did exactly this, and then I get distracted explaining my personal experience when these are the top 13 points of of dark personalities, of psychopaths. Like, that's funny. It's funny, honestly. Yeah, and they allow child marriage, right, Cups? They say no sex before marriage in those religions, but people slip through and they're still marrying children, so yeah. Thumbs down to Srila. Okay, I still didn't finish it. I got distracted again. Manipulative, devious, exploitative, and calculating. Gets others to believe the victim is the guilty one. Engages others to unwittingly harm victims on their behalf. Breaks laws, codes, agreements, rules, and contractual agreements. 5. Intimidating, aggressive, and harmful. Harm may be physical, emotional, psychological, financial, sexual, professional, social, and or sense of self. Use of intimidation, quote unquote reptilian stare, empty stare. Punishment, threats, coercive violence, bullying, sadism, joy in inflicting harm on others. Remorseless sex, remorselessness, never genuinely apologetic, can't repent. The only way for psychopaths to go to heaven is if they never commit a crime, is if they never break one of the sins, because they can't genuinely repent. The only way is for them to not commit a crime or break a sin. It's the only way, unfortunately, for them. There is a way. There is a way, but I want to go through it specifically because I want to bring awareness, because of it's hard for me, and I've cried delivering this before in the other ones, but it validates me. It makes me feel very validated, actually, and makes me be like, someone understands it, someone's breaking it down in a manner that helps others understand and puts it out factually, because no one really breaks it down like this. And I blame myself so much, especially they make you blame yourself, and I blamed myself so much in the past that yes, it reminds me of what happened, but I specifically, with what I've been through, I need to use this for good and to bring awareness and to with real life examples. So I specifically want to bring awareness. I have to. I feel like it is it's just something I have to do now. Like it is something I have to do. Pulling back the curtain, yes. This is why I can't wait to use my voice. I'm non-consensually silenced temporarily to a degree for the time being. But they made me have to keep so much secret for so long, and on my social media have to make it look like everything's okay while I was being abused behind the scene. So it's so important for me to be able to use my voice. They want to take the voice away so bad, because us not speaking about it, us keeping the curtain closed, is how us and others continually to get abused and aren't aware. So yeah, I feel like I have a duty to speak up. Yep. And to deliver this, bring awareness to this. Yep. Sorry, Neil. I guess I was getting distracted because I want to stay on topic. This is positive. Neo says, we're only as strong as we are when we let the mental pains hold us behind. Push through those pains and you're invincible. It's so true. I used to be completely bedridden, panicked, shaking 24/7, couldn't sleep, crying constantly. And those things have still happened to me, but it doesn't hold me back in the same way. So I'm really proud. Time and having proper like counselors to help, and educating yourself to know the truth so you don't blame yourself, realizing the facts of it, and being like, that's what helped me so much. The education, being like, whoa, wait, they were lying to me. This is different. They're just different. They were never a good person. It was never gonna be enough. It was never gonna be enough. So, yeah. It doesn't hold me back the same way anymore. Yep. Like it still does, but it doesn't. So well said, Neil. But we also don't need to feel bad if the mental pains are holding us back currently. Take a deep breath, Neil, like Charlotte. You're in mama datum mode now. Yeah, I got this. Lots of trauma. It's hard to process. Yeah, it took me so long. Like, I was out of commission for quite a long time, years. You know, and then you have you were starting to freak out. Calm down for a second. I'm good, don't worry. I got this, but yeah. Okay, let's get back into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lacks emotional depth and emotional insight. Has shallow effect. Learns how to respond to emotional situations from others. Learns how to respond to emotional situations from others. Unsure how to react to emotive information. Watches others' body language to learn how to respond in emotional situations. Exaggerated use of body language to try and indicate emotion. 8. Superiority and ego focus. Back themselves. Condescends. Smug. Likes to quote-unquote play with others to show their superiority or to annoy them. Their needs come first. Punish those who challenge their approach or decisions. Unresponsive to the needs of others if there is a conflict with their own needs, even with family members. 9. Sexual boundarylessness. Sex life impersonal, trivial, and poorly integrated. Oh, I really liked how she's saying that. Poorly integrated. Yeah. Yes, it was poorly integrated. Wow, that choice of words that she chose is really, really great there. Really hits home from my experience with my abusers. Infidelity, multiple casual relationships, sexual promiscuity, exploiting others in short-term social contexts, poaching those already in relationships, voyeurism, using sexuality as a manipulative weapon during gamesmanship and for goal attainment, coercive sex, pedophilia, incest, sexual sadism. 9. Callous, guarded and uncaring, lacks empathy, harmfully neglectful, low consideration for others, disregard for the principle of reciprocity, suspicious of others. They don't want to be outed. Are we at 9 or 10? Okay, I don't know. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. I should have just counted 3. It would have been, that's easier. 13, go back from 11. Lacks fear and anxiety. Reservedly, quote unquote, game. Without nervousness. Unnaturally willing to engage in acts and actions that have risk attached. 12. Predatory, looks for vulnerability in others, communities, groups, and organizations, pursues vulnerable people with intensity and seeming positivity, maintains intensity of eye contact, lavishes positive feedback and flattery, and last but not least, 13, pursues goals in an extreme manner, continues where others would consider it unfeasible and may feel embarrassed to do so, engages unreasonable strategies relentlessly. Wow, that's a great last line. Engages unreasonable strategies relentlessly. She worded these really well. Well, she knew this is important. These are the 13 descriptive. That I should turn into a short. Break that down of me delivering each, because this is extremely important. This is extremely important. Okay, I bought on Kick. Yeah. Even though, like, I'm temporarily silenced to a degree, and has power over me that way, and still I'm having to go through the system to be able to get my freedom, my right as a Canadian citizen to have freedom of speech. it is otherwise over. He has no control over me, emotionally or physically. So that's very good. And that is true. Um, um, sorry. Wow. Yeah, I should make that into a short. I need to make that into a short. It would be very important. That is the that is the main. Yeah, thankfully he doesn't have that effect on me. He did for a long time after. Well, because it was 9 years, and he told me we were gonna be together, and just the lies, the amount of grooming, the since I was a minor, the amount of things he made me do that made me feel indebted to him, and it's like, well, he did this to me, so he has to be the one. That kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah. So I'm so glad that he doesn't have that power over me anymore. That I'm like, okay, the past is the past. No, I was disillusioned. Yeah. Yeah, I was brainwashed, right? Really proud of myself for getting out of that. Thankfully, to the, even though it put me into serious debt and was extremely expensive, my counseling that I'd go 8 times a month, it saved my life. DBT, so, and the therapist, so I'm very thankful for that. Um, Also, cover the most common traits I've seen or think are important. That does, but I do need to. I need to. I was actually recommended to do a video saying the like top traits to identify, which I should write down. And yep. Neo, yeah. Neo, you committing the ultimate sin, sarcasm to a woman and getting away with it, telling a woman to calm down. Calm down for a second. No, I wasn't offended at all. Um okay, I'm not sure what you mean, Ox. Oh, he found me online. He found me online, which is the commonplace now to find victims is online, is online. I have a video actually on my situation was very similar to her. There's some differences, but her abuser found her on Tumblr too. Uh and it's a video. If you Google Charlotte Winslow, the video that I'm reacting to is a girl groomed at 13. I have a reaction to that. I had such trouble getting that video up. It felt like the devil was fighting against me. My laptop was like shutting down. I couldn't get it to, but I finally got it to work. Um, and I kind of, as much as I can tell, so I would recommend watching that video, Ox, if you want to know more about that. Yeah, no, they found me online. Because, oh, and I love this, in Winnipeg now, what they have on the billboards that they have, that for child for the internet child exploitation unit, they put these billboards up, and it says, your child with a phone, your child is left to their own devices. Exactly what a predator wants. How well worded, left to their own devices, and a literal device. Um, yes. Internet safety, just being aware of this. If I was aware of this and understood as a child, if I was made aware of this, that would have changed my life. That would have changed my life. But internet safety is important as well. I also have another video, Ox. If you look in my videos and I specifically talk about this, how in Australia they put through a bill to keep minors under 16 off the internet. So, and how I'm for that, because a lot of children are born to parents, some that have psychopathic parents, but are ones with empathy themselves, because it's only a 50% chance to pass down genetically, looking at what the science is pointing towards. We don't know specifically, but, and how some don't have caring parents that won't keep their kids off the internet. So I like that. Internet safety is important, but awareness of psychopathy is the most important thing, period. But that was also hard with me growing up, is I'm 28 now. So I'm 28 now. And when I was young, the internet was kind of just beginning, was just taking off. So there wasn't as much internet safety, and parents worried about internet safety for children because no one was really aware of it back then. They were on it, and first one said he was on it since the MSN days finding minors. Second one said he was on it since the Yahoo chat days finding minors. So yeah, they've been aware of it for a long time, but the populace hasn't. They are more so now. Yeah, that it is hard as well. They can still be manipulated. But internet safety is so important. I talk about that too. But it's not just minors that can be taken advantage of and abused and manipulated by psychopaths. Many adults are. So this information is for everyone. Most minors are not watching this. This is mostly adults that are unaware of psychopathy, and they can still be taken advantage of all the same due to their lack of awareness and their vulnerability and just the strong facades, because I've been taken advantage of after of psychopaths. So yeah, even after, because I'm still vulnerable. Now I don't think I would be, but you never know. I don't have a worry about that now as much because of my education stuff and awareness. But still, even with the awareness, so it's just important to educate to get the words out. But yeah, mainly people who are watching this are not minors. But I do believe that this should be taught in schools. And I also believe that, this is interesting as well. My school specifically, all the other schools allowed it. But for some reason, the principal of my school did not allow the Internet Child Exploitation Unit to come give a presentation at my school. And I wonder if I had seen that presentation before or during it happening, if that would have helped me wake up. Why did the principal say no to that? I still question that. I still wonder why that happened. I found that very interesting. When the cop told me that, I was like, whoa, interesting. So I don't trust that principal now. But yeah. Yeah, internet safety is so important. Where kids congregate, school and online, that's where the predators go, yeah. This is why I don't like Minecraft and Roblox. Because it has the chatting feature and because kids are recruited that way. Yep. So yeah, there could have been some awareness for internet safety, and I didn't get access to that because the principal said no for some reason. Anyways, okay, let's continue. Yeah, wow, what amazing 13. I like how she chose 13. I don't know if that was intentional or just how it happened. She's like, these are the main 13. But the way that it's that number, just cool. Numerology or whatever. Okay. Potential participants were required unprompted to identify and elaborate on at least 8 of the 13 key features in a vetting dialogue that took place by phone, video platform, or at an in-person meeting. Participants were required to identify at least 8 of the key features because it was clear from the initial several vetting dialogues that once the potential participant had discussed 8 features, they had a very good grasp of the kind of person being studied. Participants were asked, tell me some of the attributes or behavioral manifestations of attributes that you have seen in people of dark personality. All participants understood the question and generally launched into a detailed description of their observations. In most cases, more than 8 attributes or behavioral examples were mentioned spontaneously. If not, a participant was prompted with, can you give me further examples? Think of the full realm of behaviors and the range of situations you have been exposed to. I agree, Cubs. Actually, Roblox and Minecraft should have a warning at this point. I agree. They don't even want to talk about it, though. They don't even want to talk about it. My ripping on Minecraft video. Well, I don't like it. I love Twitter Ox, but there is problems with Twitter. But I love Twitter, but the open dialogue, they still shadow ban. But I like the open dialogue on Twitter. Follow Dr. Karen Mitchell on Twitter. It's text based. There's nothing text based like Twitter out there. I would not recommend for minors to be on Twitter though. I'd say minors stay the hell off Twitter. But I really like how it's text based. Especially with my visual agnosia, I guess. I really like that it's text based. I like Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Chartwinslow. But if you're gonna follow one or the other, so you're like, I'm gonna quickly follow someone. Follow Dr. Karen Mitchell. Okay, let's continue. Participants were also assessed for an understanding of the malevolence or darkness of people of dark personality as they outlined the attributes. In addition, they were vetted for a minimum of 5 years continuous experience with people of dark personality and or their targets/victims. The internationally recognized research participants were not required to undergo the vetting process. The research participants were different to those who participated in the initial fact-finding discussions. 3.7.3.5 Research participant categories. Before research participants were solicited, research participant categories were identified. This was done to ensure participants from a mix of professional fields were included in the research, and so relationships between professional fields and research findings might be later explored. These research participant categories, of which there are 4, personality researchers, behavioral researchers, forensic practitioners, and non-forensic practitioners, are described in Table 2 with a rationale for inclusion. Fair, Ox. I like it, and I don't like places where it's just an echo chamber and like the ignorance is bliss kind of thing. Like I do not like Blue Sky. We'll never make a Blue Sky. What I like about Twitter, they still do silence, but is that open discussion and you hear all different points of views. Because just not listening to people who have different points of views, I like to consume all kinds of stuff to be able to know their plays, to be able to understand their plays, and then see why they're thinking that way and things like that. So I like Twitter, but to each their own. If people are like, this is too emotionally overwhelming for me and I can't have a Twitter, that's fair. But yeah. I don't find that myself, Ox. But maybe your algorithm was different than mine. Online safety lessons. Very important. Very important. Like most of my Twitter is about narcissism awareness. That's what most of my feed is, and pop stan culture, because I followed a bunch of pop stan culture, a lot of pop stan culture, but lots of awareness. But then you do see the posts that are different points of views, but that's important to hear from, and to see, and for that dialogue to happen. This is my opinion, though. You don't have to make Twitter, but I really like Twitter. Okay, so guys, will I want to jump in reading this next time? Let's see. Is this a good time to stop and jump into a game or something? I've been live for 5 hours. Okay, I think this is a good time to stop. When we start tomorrow, when we start in a couple weeks doing this, whenever I do number 5, I think this is 4. Yeah. When I do number 5, I'm going to start with this. So page, this is the last, Charlotte. If you're watching this back to see what page you stopped on, it's 94. We doubled basically the amount of pages. We started at 51. We're at 94. It took me 3 streams to get to 51. We made considerable progress today in comparison to the past streams. We're almost 1/5 of the way through because it's 562 pages. We're at page 114 technically, going by this thing up here. Page 114 out of 562. So we're basically 1/5 of the way through. Let's go. Yeah, I am 1/5 of the way through. Let's go. Lots more to do. But it's a very long thesis because there's a lot to go through. There's a lot of narratives that you have to challenge and talk about and call out. and call out. So yeah, we'll start with the table next time. I'm gonna stop this stream. Should I stream again? Or should I just go off stream for tonight? Should I say, okay, you did good, Charlotte, because I might be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, guys, maybe I'll end stream. Neo, I can react to your videos, yes. Yeah, so maybe I will end stream here. Yeah, I think this will be good. We got through a lot. Yeah, read for 5 hours. You know me, Ox. Even though you're new here, you can probably tell that, I go on tangents. I talk, I digress to be able to add stuff and answer chat, of course. But yeah, we read basically for 5 hours. I'm chatty. I can talk. I have a strong voice. I have strong vocal cords and stuff. So, yeah. So actually, I think we'll end it here. But hope you guys were able to learn from it, guys. There's three other. I now have the playlist on my, like I said at the beginning, today I organized and made playlists of different games, but as well as Dr. Karen Mitchell's Thesis. It's now available, so you can watch all the other three deliveries, as well as I give my personal life experience parts in there as well, as much as I can. And yeah, tomorrow I will likely be live. I'm getting a new bed. My mom's rich friend is moving, and she's giving us this nice, it's a small bed, because this is my bed right now. You guys know that. Those who know this, Ox, I don't think you know, but because you're new. This is my bed. So this is my bed. So I'm gonna be getting a new bed. So I'm excited about that. We're gonna be getting a new bed tomorrow, and I want to do a stream. When I set it up, I want to do the stream doing that. So, yo, Skinny, yeehaw! Yeah, new bed. So I'll be live tomorrow. So that is just because I didn't do 7 to 9 hours today. Yeah, looks like I need a new bed. You know, this bed's been good, but it's time that I upgrade. It's time I upgrade at this point, quite frankly. So yeah, and I'm gonna pick it up tomorrow. So my bed. So I'm gonna have a normal bed. I'm gonna have a normal bed that's not a fold-out bed. I'm gonna have, what do they call it? A loft bed. It's a loft-style bed. Excited. And it has drawers under it. So I think I'll get rid of this. I think I'm getting rid of that. I think this is gonna go. I think that's gonna go. It is 11 p.m., so it is late. I shouldn't push myself to stay up too long. We didn't get into any of the fallout, but that's fine. I don't think I should go start trying to do, that's too much. Okay, Neo, you say for me to react to your Monster Hunter videos. Let's bring it up. So yeah, I will be live tomorrow, which will be a just chatting of sorts, of us just chatting, me organizing my room. I've been organizing my room a lot. We've been doing deep spring cleaning this spring. You know, and for the first time in a long time, I'm wearing nice clothes that for many years there, I really couldn't dress myself properly and stuff because of how traumatized I was. And I just didn't want to be seen, really. I wanted to hide myself completely. And I didn't want to at all present myself, because he would make me have to, look a certain way for him, as well as my body. So, but I'm glad that I'm finding like my fashion style again and enjoying looking put together. Hello, Phantom. Hi. Hello. I'm glad it's over too. I'm glad I've done so much healing. There's still things that are ongoing in a way that just because of the system of that. How's my time streaming on Kick? Love it or hate it? I wish there was less bots. Kick has the most bots trying to promote, trying to say, oh, add me on Discord and I'll help you gain this many followers. It's like, get away, bot. So I don't like that, but otherwise I like Kick. Otherwise I like Kick. Mm-hmm. Little things, yes. Little things comparatively to before. Thank you, Ellen. That's in every platform. Kick's the worst. Maybe Kick's tied with Twitch. The problem is they follow. They do the follow, so then it shows up on the screen. That's what I don't like. But no, otherwise, Phantom, I like it. The amount of bots that pop in with a comment is probably the same as Twitch. Kick and Twitch are the same that way. Kick doesn't have more than, like, we've got 2 or 3, but I think more. We got 2 or 3 on Kick today as well. But yeah. I should. Oh, I like being modless. I like being modless, Phantom. So that I have full control over my channel, so that I know that, like, it's just me, and I don't have someone that I don't trust having control over my channel. But I easily ban them. I ban them very quickly. But yeah. But yeah. But no, I like Kick. I like Kick. Yeah, my hands, I have my, over my pinky, so I haven't been biting it. Okay, Neo, you safe for me to bring up the Discord. Okay, let's hope it doesn't shut down my computer, because I've been having issues with my computer still shutting down. Oh. Okay, Discord's updating. Oh, wow, yeah, the bots are everywhere, Neo. You're saying your best friend's stream gets bots and she only has max 2 viewers. You and this Mudkip guy. She's on Twitch, so yes, Twitch. Twitch has problems with the bots, too, yeah. No amount of money will make me do that. Folk, no amount of money will make me do that. That's for my, that would be for my significant other only, and not for randoms on the internet. So no. My ex tried to Andrew Tate me and make me do it. I said no. So no. So the answer's still no. The answer's exponentially no. Banned. Okay. I think it still shows up. I should have deleted before I banned. I hate how Kick has that. We delete and then ban. Delete, ban. Delete, ban. That's the way. Not ban, delete. Delete, ban. Delete, ban. Because now it still shows. Speaking of patrols. Ha 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 ha. Okay, And also, but I'm offended that he thought $100 would no amount of money. But I'm offended that he lowballed so much, honestly. I'm offended. Okay. Neo, so is it in the 4 char? Where is it, Neo? Is it in chat streams? No. Neo, could you put it in 4 char? Because I don't see it right now. Yeah, Neo, yeah, you're the one YouTube mod. Heart attacked, and unfortunately I couldn't see it in time. Neo, like, I've been like, if I have a mod on YouTube, it would be you, Neo, so. You're already the mod on Discord. Can you put it in the 4 char? Because I didn't see it. It's in, updated the playlist. I think it's high up. I don't see it. Could you relink it? Oh, 4 char. Never mind, I found it. Yes, Ox. The guy you mentioned, Andrew Tate, perfect example of what we're reading today. Correct. Except he's an overt. He's an overt one. Normally they're not overt like him. Like Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes, they're a rarity. They're very overt about it, but it's because they're like, They're very overt about it. Like, it's obvious they're a psychopath, you know? Nick Fuentes has said that he said probably. He's openly said it. So, that's rare. That's rare that they openly say it. That's very rare. Most are not overt like that. They're kind of like the movie kind of version of a psychopath, where they're like, wow, the psychopath is overtly evil and mean. Most do not look like that. Most are not so openly like that. So that it can be a bad example that way. Yes, yes, both of those are psychopaths, but um physically harming, being open about physically harming is not what determines if someone's a psychopath, because they probably just didn't say if they did or not. But what we know, Nick Fuentes has not. He identifies as an incel, so I do not think that he. But who knows? But who knows? So he hasn't openly harmed anyone. But Andrew Tate, yes, truly abused and trafficked women, including children. So Andrew Tate really is awful, that, and he's been open about it. Yet still, he's a free man. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay. Sorry. I wouldn't even consider what Folk did as hitting on me. He was he was he was probably trolling anyways, like, but he was just being okay, Neo. All right, let me bring up your video. This is what I want to say. Being an incel isn't a bad thing. Being cel isn't a bad thing. Being cel is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. You know? That's not a bad thing. But when it then ventures into psychopathy and hating the hate of women, that's a problem. Yeah, but freedom of speech means anyone's allowed to speak, Ox. It means anyone's allowed to speak. So I am for freedom of speech, because then they out themselves. Then they out themselves openly. So I'm for freedom of speech. Reason why I love Rumble. Yes, evil people will be on there as well. Evil people exist in the world. Evil people exist in the world. So, yeah. And if they're going to out themselves and incriminate themselves, I'm for that. That's my opinion, though. Everyone's allowed to say, oh, they should just be banished and removed from the... That's fair. Deplatformed completely. That's fair. But... self-incrimination. But look, even with it from self-incriminating, the fact he's not behind bars. Yeah, it's not fully free speech because people are still shadow banned, but yeah, that's my opinion. Okay, Neo. Okay, time to react to your cute little Monster Hunter video. Okay. These three are you? Are all of these you? Or this one is another one? I'm your online siblings. Let's go, Neo. Well, thank you. Well, thank you, Neo. Yeah, we're online siblings. We're siblings. Yeah, I agree, Skinny. Freedom of speech isn't freedom from consequences of said speech. Correct. Like, they'll still get hated on, and then if they incriminate, then have to go to behind bars, yes. If the justice system works, which many times it doesn't, but... yeah. Okay, Neo. Okay. Me not really understanding Monster Hunter. Okay, you almost fell off. I like the colors of your character. I like the purple and the blue. Oh. Okay. Did you dodge it there? Was that like a frame where... okay. Is this an ability? Okay. And now another one? Okay. Nice. Is this with the insect gliave? Is this the gliave? The glaive. Me as a non-Monster Hunter player ever, giving my opinion. Nice, you took him down. Monster Hunter Rise. Okay. So this is. No, I don't think you were using the gliave, were you? It looks different. Or was it the gliave? I don't know what it's like. Okay. All right. Well, that's that. Oh, wrong thing. That's where I'm live on, though. Live on 5. Yes, smash the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Either or, I'm fine with either. Fine with either. Both are treated the same in the algorithm, so. Okay. Oh, example of Monster Hunter shorts. Oh, yeah. On the phone, you can do it so that you can make it aspect ratio of 19:3, I think is the aspect ratio. That's how to do it, Neo. That's how to do it. You survived that attack. Okay. Called a supernova. Normally it's a one shot. So when he hit you there, that was an invincibility frame. Okay. Switch axe. Okay. The glaive is the one I want to use. I think it would be the one that I'd most enjoy. It seemed like my style. That's the one I want to try. Yeah, that's the one I want to try. When Neil described the type of weapon, I was like, I think glaive is what I want to do. But I've never played it before, but that's what I will be using. Pogo, yeah, I like the range of it. It's fast, but you also can go in the sky and stuff. Cubs, yeah. Well, narcissism is the same as psychopathy. It's some dark personality, so it technically is the same thing. But I could say it under the word narcissism because that's like it is the exact same thing. But it's calling it that, labeling it as that would help it get in front of more people. Yeah. I will go live tomorrow, guys. Cubs. I'm in the morning going to get the microphone, and then I can test it on stream. Maybe I'll do, because it's just chatting, I can switch it to that, and then do some guitar with the microphone. Yeah. Once my bed's set up, sitting on the bed, if I can bring the microphone over there, yes, I think I can. Different search terms, yeah. Psychopathy, people see it as like a more intense version. Narcissism, psychopathy, exactly the same, but different search terms in the algorithm. Yeah. Going in the morning to get the microphone, and also go to Costco and get some fruit, frozen fruit, organic raspberries, organic mangoes, bananas, hummus. That's on the list. Yo, Blazak. A real recording, yes. I wish I had a halo. Having Angel Halo, I would totally wear that. Is there like, I would love like headphones that have a halo. Is there like Halo, if I Google Halo headphones, it's gonna think of the game. Mike, the SM5, I believe it is. SM5, I think is the name of it. Sure. It's called the Shure. Horns instead. No. We don't want to proliferate and promote Lucifer. No. Hollywood does that enough. Angel, what's it called only? Halo only. I will be safe. I'm always very aware when I'm driving. And yeah, we'll be safe. And then going with my mom to get the bed and then stream. SM58. Thank you, Cubs. Yep, SM58. Yeah. That's gonna be the one. Very excited. Then I can record the vocals. I played my mom Lightweight today. I played her the recording of it. Oh, listen to this. Okay, guys. You'll love this. I played it for my mom and she said, Charlotte, you don't need the auto-tune. I immediately started laughing. I'm like, Mom, you're like everybody on my stream. Charlotte, turn off the auto-tune. She's like, and you don't need to make it so obvious. I'm like, I love the auto-tune. I'm like, so only way I like it. So I'm not, this new mic, no auto-tune. New mic, no auto-tune. Busy day, yeah, it's gonna be a busy Saturday for me. It actually is. It actually is. The coyotes. The coyotes are yipping. They're going. They're going. They're doing their breeding call or whatever. They're going. You'll teach me how to say the name. Neo, are we gonna be doing are we doing 7 Deadly Sins? I do have a really busy Saturday, so I might want to relax on Sunday. Can I update you in the Discord? I might have to put it off another week. Would you hate me, Neo? Eat something early. Yeah, I don't have enough ingredients for smoothie, so no smoothie. I'll make egg sandwiches. Maybe I'll make that after stream right now to get some food in me. I'll make egg sandwiches tomorrow morning as well, though. Egg sandwiches. Get in some of the B12 and stuff. Yeah. An opossum. Yeah, don't they do that? Yeah, they do that. That's the opossum's play to survive. I'm dead. Like what you do if there was a school shooting. Yeah, that's the way. You do the possum. You do the possum. Sorry for laughing about that. If I want to be lazy, it's not your call. I might just want the day to just do whatever I want to do. I'll let you know. I'll update you in the Discord. Oh, it's raining. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this stream. I hope this was educational. Yeah, I think I'm going to be doing once a month. How long will it take me to finally deliver her? Maybe I'll try to do stream 6 a week and like on a Saturday do this as well. I don't know. Because I want to get through her. I want to make an audiobook version of her thesis. People need it. People are watching it though. People Google find it and listen, so I'm glad. I'm glad because it needs to be in front of more people. People will listen to it. People that are listening to it will listen to it that would never read it. So it's important it's getting in front of more ears. Not eyes, but ears. Oh. The 7th day. He rested on the 7th day. True. So if I rest, that's okay. Oh, Sarah McLaughlin. She's amazing. Okay, guys. I'm going to go, though. Add it to the list. Yeah. Streams to do, things to do. Gonna be busy. He's allowed to rest. Resting isn't being lazy. Resting is not being lazy. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed, Ox. Thank you. Happy to have you as a regular. Thank you for enjoying the streams. We'll be playing more Fire Emblem next week. I have the created the playlist if you want to see my, did you see my Sacred Stones one? I have the full thing organized in the playlist now if you want to watch that. Yeah. Yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, guys. Have a good night. God bless you. I'll see you tomorrow when I do the setting up my bed. Charlotte's getting a bed that isn't like that isn't foldable. And see you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening. I'm going to get something to eat. Okay. Bye. Follow, subscribe, thumbs up, etc.